Eggy.
What's up guys, today's video is on the top 5 best smart toilets in 2023. Through extensive research and testing, I've put together a list of options that'll meet the needs of different types of buyers. So whether it's price, performance, or its particular use, we've got you covered.
Oh yeah.
Day trader in a tie-dye jumpsuit and a gutter punk kid with a neck tattoo. They're hooking up at the unisex bathroom. It was Brooklyn, it was Friday, it was love. Across the bar sat the hip-hop purist, arguing with the jazz obscurist. And in the corner were the terrified tourist. Brooklyn, Friday love. Angel choirs on the corner all night, sing Johnny Cash and Jackson 5. A little heaven you can stumble into. We got your invite tonight. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. They come from Mississippi and La La Land, and new wave hippies and the pop goth glam. It's just cause parents don't understand. It was Brooklyn, it was Friday, it was love. From this roof you can see the stars. We are the left bank dreamers and the avant-garde. I'll sing my borrowed song on your borrowed guitar. It was Brooklyn, it was Friday, it was love. Angel choirs on the midnight G train, sing Beastie Boys and Kurt Cobain. A revolution you can learn to dance to with a friendly face on the way. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Bushwick Avenue, Bedford Avenue, Franklin Avenue. I'm on my way, where are you? Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a Friday. Don't try to fight. Oh, it's just Brooklyn on a
Oh my god. We're back. I can't believe I get everything up and working today. Oh man, having an actual microphone and everything is so nice. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's honestly, it's kind of nice to be home. It's kind of nice to be home, but on the other hand, I would not be sad if I could just stay in Japan indefinitely. So, like I said, I posted on socials, but I'm definitely gonna make a huge push this coming year. It's been 84 years. I know this past year has been kind of insane for me. Welcome in, Vertigos. I hope you're doing well. Cause I freaking all the freaking health issues and stuff that I dealt with last year at the end of last year, right? I took like a month and a half off the last quarter of last year, and then went to Japan. Started streaming. I was doing okay for about 2 to 3 weeks, and then it all fell apart. It all fell apart, and then I just couldn't. I couldn't. It was at the point where I was just like, no, I just can't. I can't do this streaming thing right now. Yazara, hi Maza. Yeah, I know. Who am I? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. It's fine. It's fine. We'll build up from zero again. Oh, jeez. I am so freaking jet lagged. In fact, I am so jet lagged that I did not sleep yesterday or last night. I haven't slept. I flew in. I got to my apartment yesterday afternoon. I ordered a burrito from my favorite place nearby. I ate it. I threw like my bags on the floor, and then I fell asleep in the middle of Tob's return stream. I was just watching Tob's return stream, and I fell asleep, and then I woke up at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. I think I got like 4 hours of sleep, because she started around like 5 o'clock, I think, 5 or 6 o'clock. So I fell asleep at some point during her stream, and then I woke up and it was still going, but and then I just could not fall back asleep. I just laid in my bed trying to fall asleep for the entire night. And then this morning, 6:30 rolled around and I had to get up for work. I thought about calling in, but I have plans this weekend, which means I'll probably call in sick on Monday. Guys, I'm gonna do something insane. Like something actually insane. I think I'm gonna try and hit Sakura-con this weekend. I wish I had bought tickets like 4 months ago. I should just like assume, since it's like within driving distance for me. It's a long drive, but it's within driving distance. It's just one of those things where it's like I don't technically need a hotel. It's just a long drive. So I might just drive up there, hit a meet and greet, because tomorrow Mint is having a meet and greet. It's probably not gonna happen. I'll probably not, like, you can't line up. It's one of those stupid things where they're like, you can't line up until 10 minutes before the person is gonna have their meet and greet. And it's like, yeah, like people are gonna observe that. Like, people are gonna be very respectful and just happen to show up 10 minutes beforehand. It's not gonna happen. There's gonna be like 100 people hanging around the Monster Box booth. So I'm not, that's like one of the reasons I've always wanted to go. I've never actually gone to Sakura-con. So I don't know. That's like one of the reasons. So that would be one of the reasons that I would go tomorrow. And then Tob is doing a meet and greet on same time on Sunday, which would be kind of nice to go to as well. Just to say welcome back, because she'd been going through it as well. Seems like a lot of it seems like a lot of people have really been going through it these past, like, I don't know, 6 months. I don't know what's in the water or what's going on, but maybe it's just the winter. I don't know. A lot of people are going through it. Thankfully, a bunch of people are coming back which is nice. Everyone seems to be on the up and up. But yeah, I know a few people who are doing the struggle. I'm included in that, but I'm back. We're gonna be consistent again. I'm gonna be streaming as much as I can. I'm gonna force myself to, just because I'm happiest when I'm like consistent. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But I have so much I want to do. So we need to recap a bunch of stuff from Japan. We need to go over my plans for the future of like what kind of games we want to play in the future, and I need to show off. I hate it. I spent way too much money on merch in Japan this time. Like way too much money. Like ramen, like college ramen eating money sort of thing. It's not exactly true, but this is probably the most I've spent on in a what 2-month period in the past long time. It's been a long time. So yeah, I need to show the merch haul. I got a bunch of really cool stuff. I did not get some things that I wanted to get, unfortunately. It's just, it is what it is. I missed out on some stuff. Like, it's so weird, because I would like go to a store and I would find something and I would take a picture of it. I'd be like, I want this. I take a picture of it and I'm like, I know a bunch of other stores that may have something that may have this as well. So I'm going to check these other stores, and then tomorrow, or like the next time I come by, I will purchase this item if I can't find it for a better price. And then multiple times when I return to purchase that item, it is no longer there. So that led me to making more impulsive snap decisions than I really should have, and overpaying for some things, which is a little unfortunate, but I mean, it is what it is. It's really annoying, but whatever. Also, stupid, oh my god, I'm gonna get screwed later this year. Like, screwed later this year. I purchased a number of pre-order products over the past like 6 months that I was like, it's fine. Like, tariffs and stuff are mostly like, it's gonna be like from China, and most of the products that I purchased are pre-orders and they're made in Japan. So I was like, it's gonna be fine. It's just gonna be like China tariffs and that sort of stuff, and I'll probably not be affected too much. Nope. Turns out it's everything. So I have multiple Nendroids that are on the way in the next, I don't know, 6 months to a year. That'll probably end up being vastly more expensive than I thought they would be when they arrive. And I also bought some merch, some Bay birthday merch that was already very expensive to ship to the US. It was already extremely expensive to ship to the US. I was all set to do it, and then I clicked purchase, and I was like, it's fine. It's gonna be okay. It's fine. And then it's gonna be a percentage on top of that, and I don't know if it's gonna be fine. Because HoloLive, for some reason, likes to upcharge shipping. Like, HoloLive official shop shipping to the US is extremely expensive, especially if you get something that's like larger. And you know what's large? Bay's birthday merch this year came with a duffel bag. Yes, that's right, a full-sized duffel bag included in the bundle, which means shipping added, like, I think at the time of purchase, I think the bundle, because I got the first edition, whatever. I was like one of the first people to order it, so I got the personalized one. I think that's how that works, because I've never ordered birthday merch before from them. But it was like, it was like it was like around $100 for the bundle, maybe a little bit more, maybe 120. And I was like, that's not terrible for like what you're getting. I was like, I can reasonably understand this price for this bundle. It's fine. It's all custom stuff, whatever. And then and then I went to the shipping and I was like, well, it's not coming out. It's like a pre-order thing, right? So it won't be coming out while I'm in Japan. So I can't do anything about like shipping it to Japan. So I had to choose the US shipping option, which is fine. But for this bundle in particular, they decided to set the price to ship this to the US. It was something along the lines of $80 to ship it. And my finger like hovered over the purchase button when I saw that. My heart stopped and my finger twitched and I ordered it. And then I was like, do I really want this that badly? Do I really want this that badly? So $100, $110, $120 bundle is gonna end up being baseline at the time of order $200 shipped to my door before all this tariff crap happened. So what does that mean? Does that mean I'm gonna have to pay an additional, I don't know, like double shipping? I'm gonna have to pay $300 to get this package? So yeah, what a savings. A real Galaxy Quest moment here. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, this is just like, what would make sense? What a reasonable plan would be, would exempt existing orders and existing like pre-orders, or existing, like, if you had ordered, or if a company had bulk purchased or something from an affected country that will get tariffed, if the order was placed before whatever the crap happened and decisions were made and tariffs were put in place, it should be exempt. It should be grandfathered in because it was ordered without the knowledge that this was gonna happen. It does not make sense to put an immediate, like, this thing doesn't matter when it was purchased, all of a sudden you're paying double or triple what you thought you were gonna pay for the item. It just doesn't make any sense. Just predict the future. I know, right? It would make sense if they were like, all right, we're doing a rollout of these tariffs. We're doing a rollout of these. So starting in 2026. We got all the time in the world. You got 4 years at least. You have 4 years to do whatever the crap you want, okay? Do a rollout. Do a rolling plan. Starting 8 months from now, 12 months from now. Just to let people ramp up whatever they need to do to change their business structure or whatever. But no, it's an immediate thing. It's an immediate thing. That make too much sense. It would, the only way that this makes actual sense is if it's all 100% just like a bluff. And they're just like, well, some people are going to get screwed in the interim, but we're going to put so much pressure on like the global market and economy that we're going to get what we want. And only some people sometimes are going to get screwed. And that's a sacrifice they're apparently willing to make. You know, it seems like that's what the plan is, right? That's the only way that this makes sense, is they're like, it's not going to be a long-term thing. It's just the only reason why you would do it in immediate is to like strike fear in the hearts of everybody. And then be like, all right, guys, we don't want to deal with this. So let's work out some new deals. It's just so annoying. You who handles all online inventory listed at your work. Oh no. Yeah, anyone that it's literally everyone that's affected by this. But yeah, people who work directly with like shipping and receiving and stuff just have to be, it's just insane. I've heard of people like losing out on job opportunities already because of this, because people or businesses that were like expanding are like, whoa, pump the brakes, can't be hiring people right now, we don't know how much money we're gonna have to spend on this. And then there's a whole what was it, something close to us that was affected was Vite Ramen. I don't know if y'all saw the post from dang it, I always forget his name, but the CEO of that company, he had already, again, it's one of those things where it's like he had ordered product from overseas that he cannot physically get in the US or in North America. It's impossible to get. He handles everything that he possibly can in with like local stuff and in the US and all of that, but the stuff that you physically can't grow here or it's like 100 times the price to manufacture like here, that's the only stuff that he's ordered overseas, and overseas orders take a long time to fulfill. So stuff that he ordered for these projects that they're working on now, these products are going to be delivered in the next couple months, but they were ordered last year, and now they're getting hit with, what was his final number? He said something along the lines of like $120,000 that he didn't, like they didn't anticipate, which is wild for a small business. Like, they're definitely doing well as a small business, but their margins are pretty small. So it's just really annoying. It's like, bruh, like, what are you gonna do? What do? You just going out of business? It's so annoying. And then all the people in the replies or the quote tweets that are like, why don't you just look for alternatives in the US? It's like, brother, you know how long it's gonna take? Like, if this is seriously the future, Do you know how long it's gonna take for local production to ramp up? Like, realistically, we can manufacture a lot of stuff in the US. However, not only is it more expensive to pay people here, which that's a good thing. People here have a lot of protections. People here get paid fairly, mostly. You know, it's very nice for the most part. In North America, a lot of unions. Usually a good thing. Not always, but usually a good thing. You know, that sort of stuff. Very good. But that means it's very expensive to produce things here, even when we do. And not only that, you know how long it takes to start up a new business to produce something? Like, even if the entire industry, like everything that we needed could be manufactured here or grown here, you know how long it would take for us to ramp all that up and actually get everything that we need? It'd take like a decade. It'd take like 10 years. Easy. I'm incredulous. I'm not the only one. Mew, hi. Hi, we're back. I'm jet lagged. I didn't sleep last night, and now I'm ranting about the global economic catastrophe that we're dealing with now, because instead of paying a slightly exorbitant $200 for a merch bundle that I purchased while I was in Japan, I'm gonna probably pay closer to $300 or $400 for it when it is delivered to my door. So I'm upset. You're at a convention? Wait, what convention are you at? I hope you're having a good time. KokoroCon? Oh. I'm not super familiar with cons in and around Europe. So I'm not super familiar, but I feel like I've heard of that one before. I hope it's fun. I hope it's good. It's in the UK. Probably the last one. Oh no. Well, go out with a bang, I guess. Honestly, had this discussion with a few people. It feels like a cheapish way out to force people to buy. Like, why not take money to actually pump up the quality of products already here? If they're more expensive to make, then the quality should be just as good. Yeah, no, totally. Like, it makes sense. But the problem is, in order to do that, you need time. So not only do you have to receive everything that you've already ordered if you're a business, right? So not only do you have to deal with your current like business pipeline and change that and pay all of the fees and all of that, right? So not only do you have to deal with the emergency immediately, which many businesses will not be able to handle the upfront costs of that, and they will just go out of business. But like I was saying, you can do stuff here. You can do stuff here. Makes sense. Like, you can. But the problem is the upfront costs that businesses are dealing with now isn't feasible. And two, the ramp up time to change your entire product pipeline and start manufacturing and start buying stuff here is going to take way too long. Yeah, you can't make things when things go out of business. So the thing is, like, even if we do have some supply here, it's not that big, right? So there's some, like, there's some niche product that mostly gets purchased overseas that maybe 2 companies in the US produce, right? Now you've got every single manufacturer in the United States or in North America or whatever trying to purchase from those 2 companies. Who gets that? They're only producing what they can handle currently, right? So they're gonna make a bank for like a month, and then they're gonna run out of product, and then they're gonna try to ramp up their supply, but it's not gonna be enough. You think they're gonna do that? I mean, honestly, I've heard that. I saw that on the news as well. I saw that on the news as well. Yep. Just getting rid of the IP protection. Yep. Which is a wild thing to consider. Updated to just a middle finger. Yep. It's just wild. It's just wild. I think if IP protections are going away, there's gonna be a lot of like larger like businesses and conglomerates that are gonna be very not happy about that, which will be able to apply some pressure against that. But I'm sure there's some way, there's some loophole that they can exploit that they'll probably be fine with, that just the little guys and the medium-sized businesses and the individual inventors and stuff just won't be able to handle. And they'll just get screwed, but the big guys will be fine. Just like always, you know. Just like always. But yeah, fun times. So that was actually, I guess that's another reason why I kind of went ham while I was in Japan. When I do my 3 months there, when I did it last time and then this time, I went with 2 suitcases. One of them is mostly like electronics, and then the other one's like half full of clothes. And then I have my giant backpack that's like just barely like legal size for carry-on. So I'll like split stuff between those 3. And then last time I barely squeaked out, because I was very frugal last time. Like, I bought a lot of stuff, but it was mostly like just like little small stuff, right? And I was able to pack everything in my 2 suitcases and backpack, and I was totally fine. Until I went to check onto my flight and check in my bags, and I had packed these things so full to bursting that there was no room. Like, I had 100% maxed out the internals of both of my suitcases and my backpack. There was no room for anything. So this is last time. So flying back last time, I get to the airport in Japan and I give them my 2 suitcases, and the girl that's weighing them weighs the first one, no problem. It's just slightly underweight, which is fine, and she pushes it through. The second one she weighs, and it's like 0.2 kilograms over the weight limit. And she's like, oh, it's over. You can't take this. You can't, you need to remove some items. And I was like, ma'am, if I open this bag in the middle of the airport, it will explode. I didn't say explode. Maybe I said explode. I was like, it will literally, there will be items of mine all over the place. I cannot open this bag. I have no way to move. I cannot Tetris anymore. I have Tetris as much as I can Tetris. And I want to think that I started like tearing up because I was I was running a little bit late because I thought I had planned everything like in time. But because I always take, when I have multiple suitcases, I always take a taxi to the airport. And for whatever reason that day, we got stuck in traffic to the airport. So I thought I would have like plenty of time, but it was like basically they were about to close check-in. So I was just barely in time. And I was like, I don't have room to put any of this anywhere. If I open this up, things will fly everywhere and I won't have time to pack it all back in. I don't know what to do. And then she eventually, like, we went back and forth a little bit and I was like, is there anything else that I could do other than unpacking and like repacking? Because the other bag had already gone through. So like, what am I gonna do, right? And then eventually she was just like, it's okay. It's okay. Just go. She was like, just go. And I was like, thank you. And then I just ran. So this time I knew I had way too much crap to bring back. Like, I knew like 2 weeks before I left that I was over limit for my 2 suitcases. Like, I knew even if I like could fit everything in, it would be overweight, like both of them. So I thought about shipping things, but then tariff stuff, right? So I was like, all right, boom, a 3rd bag. I will just buy another suitcase. So I bought a suitcase off of Amazon and I felt really good. It took like a whole like load off of my shoulders when that arrived. And I was like, oh, I can breathe. I just pay a little bit extra. And I don't have to worry about anything. And then I was like, wait, how do I physically maneuver 3 bags and a giant backpack to the airport? So that was an adventure. Thankfully, again, I always take a taxi when I have multiple like large suitcases, because you don't want to. You can technically take public transit and it's way cheaper, but like you're gonna be like going down the sidewalk, you're gonna be in the public transit, you don't know what time, depending on the time, it could be like rush hour. You do not want to be maneuvering giant suitcases through the Tokyo like subway system. It's just not. Take a taxi. It's so worth it. So yeah, what can go wrong? And then you like miss the because both of the airports from like downtown, like middle Tokyo, wherever you are, both of the airports with public transit are like an hour plus, like from wherever in Tokyo, right? And that's with the rapid trains, which they're not the local trains which stop at every stop. They're the rapid trains which only stop at like half the stops. And if you miss a rapid train, you have to wait like a half an hour for the next rapid train. So if you're lugging multiple large heavy suitcases around Tokyo through the subways trying to catch your train, if you're not super early, if you have any hiccups whatsoever and you miss a train, you're gonna be late and it's not gonna be fun. I was gonna say, imagine experiencing this. I was gonna say I'm not talking from first-hand experience, but I literally have first-hand experience with this. Normally, I'm the type to like, I plan everything very well, like very well, and I usually give myself plenty of time. Like I'm the type of person to show up at the airport like 4 hours in advance, and I'll just chill. Like I'll get my bags checked in, I'll find the gate, I'll go get some food, I'll charge my phone, you know, I'll just like whatever. I don't mind it too much, but it does make travel a heck of a lot longer than what a lot of people do, which is show up like the bare minimum. But even when I plan for that, sometimes I get things wrong. Like, oh, the schedule runs differently on this day. Like I looked up the train schedule for the day that I looked it up, but it's slightly different today. So the rapid trains are slightly different. You know, it's like any little thing, or like, oh, it's a national holiday, so everything's way busier or way more expensive or whatever, you know? So sometimes as much as you plan and you want to be on top of things can still happen that cause you to show up at the airport right when they're closing the check-in. Or you get caught in rush hour traffic when you're trying to take a taxi, you know, that sort of stuff. But this time I had plenty of room. I had plenty of room in my bags. Well, not plenty. Like I filled up all 3 bags and my backpack. I have my backpack is, like I said, it's a special travel backpack that is the maximum allowed size that you can use in like flight for check-in bags. And I stuff that thing full. When I'm traveling internationally like this, I have my own laptop, the battery pack for it, which is freaking huge and heavy. I hate it. And my work laptop and the battery pack for that. And then my regular like day bag that I have all my like essentials and my like a regular phone charger, my passport, my like a bunch of sorted cables and that sort of stuff, spare change of clothes. Never pack all of your clothes in carry-ons. Always have at least one set with you at all times when you're traveling. So like my bag ended up being, my backpack alone ended up being about 50 pounds. Maybe a little bit less than that, but like it's enough that I'm a large lad, and it was like if I lost my footing or whatever, I would be going down because there's no riding that weight. So have that. I had the 3 bags. Everything was pretty much full. Made it to the airport. This time I went with plenty of time. Now here's the thing. I make it to the airport. I get to my I was flying ANA this time. So I get in, I was like, I didn't use, apparently like for extra bags, you can use the app to like pre-check and prepay and all of that. And I tried to figure it out and I was like, it was weird. So I was like, I'll just do it at the airport. So I went, and it is a good thing I went when I did, because I was the only one there at this time. I think I was 4 hours ahead of my my flight. 4 hours ahead of my flight. I show up, I go to customer service for my gate, or my the airline. And I was like, all right, I'm checking in. I have 3 bags. Allowance is 2. I need to pay for 1 of them. It took, literally, I was the only one there, for them to figure out how much I needed to pay and then do like the whole process. It took me between 45 minutes and an hour, and I was the only one there. I was the only one there. So they had to weigh all the bags, which thankfully, all of them slightly under, baby. Slightly under. Though I did find out. If it is over by a certain percentage, you can just pay a fee. There's a fee. So it's not like you have to repack. I've always just been told like you have to repack, like redistribute and all of that. But you can just pay a fee, and they're like, oh yeah, if you're over by, I think it's like it goes up to like 7.5 kilograms over, you pay a certain fee. And if you're like 10 to 15 kilograms over, you pay like another fee. It's huge. It's like, I think it was like $100 for the first one, and then like $200 for like the next tier or whatever. It's a lot of money, but you can just pay instead of like having to leave things or whatever. So if you don't want to, I found that out this time. But through the whole process, it was just crazy. Like they had to like double check things. She was like calling people, and then like she spent 10 minutes on the phone with somebody, like checking how much it would be for the bag. And then she was like, you're not a gold star member, are you? I was like, no, I'm just a guy. And she's like, oh, because it would be free if you were a gold star member. I'm like, I wish I was a gold star member. You think I don't want to be? Hi, Soup, welcome in. It's like, do you know how much flying you would have to do in order to reach the like really meaningful perks with any airline? It's crazy. It's crazy. You either have to fly for work, or you have to have money, like good money, like enough money that you can fly on the same airline no matter how much another airline is cheaper. You know what I mean? It's like, I fly all the airlines because sometimes one airline is much cheaper than the other. But if you really want to be like loyal and get like high up in the ranks of like an airline or like a certain group or whatever, you need to always be flying with them multiple times a year, like 5 times a year minimum, right? So yeah, I don't have I've got a pretty good travel credit card. It's very nice, but I am not significantly, like, I fly a couple times a year. I'm not like the average American who doesn't fly, you know, and I'm still not even close to hitting any membership marks. Just take your private jet. Yeah. Real money is like, oh, it's only 15K an hour, let's fly private. Yeah, I mean, that's like different, right? That's like, that's like insane different money. But there's some people like that always fly like business class or first class, and it's like, you just drop like 3 to 6K every time you fly. How do you do that? Like, I don't make chump change at my job. I make good money. I can't imagine paying 3 to 6K for a flight. Like, that's insane to me. Daddy's good to them? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just assume most people who fly like first class or business class, or who have like high tiers in like the clubs or whatever, is just like they fly as part of their job and they get to redeem the rewards themselves, and that's just super lucky. Like, super lucky. Yeah, they have to be like business owners and they just expense everything, you know, which is nice. That's good for them. Makes sense. But it sucks to be somebody who like flies semi-frequently and it's just never attainable. It's like, what group am I? Oh, the last group, because I picked the cheapest fare. Really? That's just how much flights used to cost, to be honest? $3,000 to $6,000? Like USD? That's, I don't know if I've ever heard of that. That sounds insane. You know what else is insane? Ad breaks. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, my name is Vivi Chan the Dragon, and I fully endorse this section of the radio broadcast on 399 CYFM.
All right, we're back. Have a good night, Mew. It's been 3 minutes, so they're probably gone. Wait, one of my chats says 3:59 when the message was sent, and the other one says 4:01 when the message was sent. How is there a 2-minute difference between the two? That doesn't make any sense. Bruh. Welcome back, thank you. Anyway, yeah, what Mew was saying is way correct. I did not know. Though, to be honest, you had way better service back then. But apparently, in the 70s, a flight from New York to LA cost $150, which in adjusted price is about $1,100 in today's money. And it costs about $300 in today's money to do that flight. Flying... Oh, they don't have like international stuff. Why don't they have international stuff here? That's sad. But yeah, apparently domestic flights cost around $1,000 back then. A flight from New York to Paris often cost $250 one way, equivalent to about $1,500 in today's dollars. That's crazy. So yeah, very expensive. So I guess I should be thankful that I can fly to Japan for 800 to 1,000 USD round trip. Well, you know what? That's another sort of thing though. Is people are complaining about video game prices going up, right? You know what I mean? So it sucks. It really does suck that Nintendo's Switch 2 games are gonna be like up to $90 like baseline, which is crazy, and the rest of the like industry is gonna follow that, right? But the problem is y'all remember how much N64 games cost? N64 games cost like $80 in the 90s. That's like $200 today. So video games have gone down in price quite a bit. We're slowly increasing back up to where they used to be. That's why game consoles before were like for the rich. Yep. So the problem is, well, I was gonna say wages at the time, I feel I'm not educated enough to really speak on this, but I feel like it's not usually good to go off of that. I feel like the middle class Americans were able to live off of their single income family. Like most people like owned a home. Like even lower middle class, like you could eventually get a home. Single income family, maybe once a year make a big purchase like a video game console for your kids, you know, that sort of stuff. Like it was feasible. Nowadays if like we returned to that sort of stuff, there's a lot less people, I believe, that would be able to afford those prices comparatively. I might just have rose tinted glasses from back then, but I bought this house for a crumpled dollar and a stick of gum. Not quite that dramatic, but pretty much. Like, even people like my parents, when they bought their home, I think it was like $90K for their home. And of course they got like a 35-year loan on that, right? But like $90K, even like adjusted for inflation over the however many years it's been, like that's still cheap. That's still cheap compared to what houses are selling for nowadays. It's crazy. And that was like when prices were going up. Go back to like the 60s and 70s and early 80s and stuff. It was a little bit cheaper too. Wait, what were we talking about? Where did we get on this? Oh yeah, I was talking about how long it took me to check my third bag. So so finally going through everything, they told me how much it was going to cost. So apparently for the class, or for the flight that I was taking, since it had a domestic leg to it, if it was just a direct flight, I would pay 10,000 Japanese yen for an extra bag. But since I have a layover and a domestic leg to my flight, I had to pay 20,000 Japanese yen, which cost me, it was like $140 for my third suitcase to go all the way, which is like a little expensive. But not like, it was doable. I was like, oh, okay, because I looked it up before and I was like, oh, 10,000 yen, which is like, I don't know, 60 something USD, that's like easy. That's like fine. I'm already paying so much for the flight itself. It's like that's a drop in the bucket. That's fine. But double that, a little bit over double that, not that great. Hi Leah, welcome in. But anyway, they finally gave me the price. They're like, all right, here's the price. They wrote out it was like a paper receipt. Like they hand wrote like a little like slip for me to pay. And they're like, all right, you cannot pay this here. You have to go to the pay terminal, which is another desk nearby. So I had to walk over and get in line, and by now, since it's been almost an hour since I showed up, there's like 3 people in line trying to do other things at this desk. So I'm sitting there waiting for like the 2 people ahead of me to just go and get their crap sorted. And there's this guy that was just like, this Japanese guy that was just not understanding something, and he kept going back and forth. There were 3 ladies behind the desk, 2 like computers, so like there were 2 spots for them to like serve like the customers or whatever, but apparently the 3 of them could only handle one person at a time. So I just sat there while this guy argued back and forth for like 10 minutes. And then finally he was like, oh, and then he left. He finally like understood something. And then there was a lady with like 6 luggage bags ahead of me as well. And the person that helped me like check my bags and gave me the slip to pay talked to her in Japanese. She was Japanese, and the Japanese lady talked to her in Japanese like 3 separate times. She was like, "Are you with this guy?" And she was like, "No." And then she's like, "Oh, okay." And then the stewardess lady or whatever comes back, and she's like, she asked her something else, and the lady's like answered negatively, and then she left again. And then finally the guy leaves, and this lady with the 6 bags of luggage is still just standing there, and she doesn't go up to the counter. And so one of the ladies like walks over to her and talks to her, and they're like, what are you doing? Like, what do you need? And she's like, oh, she says, like, my Japanese is very bad, but I got the gist that she was like, oh yeah, I need to check in for my flight, and I have these bags to check in. Not the correct area. There's an entire other section that I was just at that is for checking your bags into the flight, and she's sitting in the customer service line for like extra problems. And she didn't even like move when it was her turn. I don't know what she was doing. Anyway, the lady's like, go over here, please. And she's like, oh, okay. So she leaves. So that frees me up. So I'm like, okay, great. Standing here, she realized. So I go up. I hand them the slip. And again, it takes like you think you just like hand them the slip and they have all the information there and you just like pay with a card or whatever, right? But no, it takes them like 10 minutes they asked me like a dozen questions. They had to manually input all this information again. And then finally they were like, okay, now you can pay. And I paid. And then they were like, all right, you're all set. You need to pick up your bags like normal at the first airport that you get to in the US, and then recheck them, but you're already like, you don't have to pay any extra. You're already paid all the way through to the final destination. You just still have to pick them up and get them through TSA and that sort of stuff, which is normal. But so I was like, okay, so I'm all set to go. And they're like, yeah. So I was like, okay, thank God. Finally, it took me, it was at least an hour. So now I have 3 hours before my flight. Before check-in. Not before my flight, before check-in. I was really early. I did not want to risk anything this trip. So I don't go through security because I had something in my back pocket. Metaphorically. So I went to one of the restaurants and I got some, it was like a high-end izakaya in Haneda Terminal 3. And I spent way too much money for a beer and a few skewers. It was good though. And I was sitting there and I got a text reply. Now, I told y'all earlier. Hold up, I'm stupid. I've been sitting in the ZZZ. Let me just chatting this. There we go. I'm stupid. There we go. So, I told you all earlier that I was playing very fast and loose with my purchases. Now, wouldn't you know it, I did my best to catalog everything. I did my best to catalog everything that I purchased and make sure that I didn't buy the same thing twice. But wouldn't you know it, over the course of the 3 months that I was there, I ended up with a sizable bag of things that I already had. So had two options. One, I could bring it to a secondhand store where I was making many of my purchases and bring it to a counter and get some of my money back. They would pay me like pennies to the dollar, right? I could do that. Or I had an idea. I made some connections while I was in Japan this time. I made some, like, I talked to a few Hololive fans through various like HoloFest and a bar that I won't say frequented. I went there like 3 or 4 times over the course of my stay. I wanted to go more, but I just didn't get around to it as much as I wanted to. But I knew that the bar owner and the people there were massive Hololive fans. And I was like, why don't I take some of the unique items that I purchased or got through like HoloFest and that sort of stuff, and the duplicates. So like nothing from my like Oshis, right? But like the extra stuff that I got. So some duplicate stuff, some extra stuff that for like Hololive members and stuff that I don't like love, you know, like I appreciate most of the Hololive talents, but some of them I'm just like, it's like this merch could be appreciated by somebody else. So a bunch of like the free stuff that I picked up is like promo materials. I put that in a bag along with all of the duplicate items that I have, and I set it on my counter. And that was like the last thing that I didn't pack it. I just sat it there, and it was the last day. And I messaged the owner of the bar, the cafe. And I was like, hey, if I gave you a bunch of merch that I accidentally purchased or like acquired, you know, that sort of stuff, would you either be willing to either keep it or distribute it to other fans that frequent the bar, that sort of thing? Would you be okay with doing that? And I messaged him early in the morning, my last day there. My flight was at 9 p.m. So I messaged him very early in the morning. And when I left in the early afternoon to go to the airport, he had not replied to me. So I did a stupid thing, and I left that bag in the apartment, and then I put the key in the mailbox like you're supposed to do when you're leaving. Like I followed all their instructions. The place was cleaned out. I cleaned up as much as I could, and I left to the airport. Checked my bags in. I'm sitting in the izakaya eating some food. I have 3 hours. T-minus 3 hours before I have to be on my flight. And wouldn't you know it, he got back to me and he was like, oh yeah, if you want to, I'll totally hold on to the items for you. And I was like, okay, he doesn't understand what I'm asking here. But I had a decision to make. I have 3 hours. It takes about an hour to get back to my apartment via public transit. And I was not about to pay $100+ to take a taxi back to my apartment just to get some extra items and whatever. I was about to write it off. And I was like, I have enough time. I'm sure I've got plenty of time. I was doing calculations. The equations were floating around my head and my eyes were darting all over the place. I was figuring it out. And I was like, I have just enough time if I hurry. So I ran to the checkout. I was like, all right, pay for my stuff. Pick up my backpack. Again, backpack completely full, 50 pounds, probably. Somewhere around 40, 50 pounds. It's a very heavy backpack. I grab my backpack. This is the only thing. Everything else is checked in for the flight. And I take the tram out of the airport, and I take the fastest public transit back to my apartment. The thing is, the fastest public transit goes to a station that requires me on Google Maps from the station to my apartment is supposed to take about 20 to 25 minutes on foot. So I book it from the station with my backpack to the apartment, open the mailbox, get my key card, go back up to the apartment, grab the stuff, come back down, open the mailbox, throw the key card in, close the mailbox. I locked the door. I triple checked. I made sure everything is still fine. So now I have a bag of merch. I have my backpack. I'm a sweaty mess, but I go 20 minutes back to the station, take the train. The cafe is called Cafe Pon, and it's in Kanda, which is just south of Akihabara. And I booked it there, and I get there, and I was like, doing pretty good on time, but I am just disgusting. It was like a little warm that day, sun was shining, and I was like booking it around with a heavy backpack. I am just gross. So I barge in, I think it was like 5 o'clock. It was something, whatever. It was like the place was bopping. There were a lot of people there, and I walk in and I'm looking around, and I don't see the bar owner. I don't see, well, you call them the master of the place in Japanese, but I'm looking around, I don't see him. So I go to the back where the like kitchen is and where the till is, and I'm looking around, I don't see him. So I asked one of the guys that I've seen there a couple times. I'm like, where's, in Japanese, I was like, where's the master? And they're like, he's in the bathroom. And I'm like, I don't have time for this. So I stand there like a goober, dripping sweat, giant backpack on my back, a bag full of random merch in my hand, and I stand there, and I think it was like 10 minutes or so, another 10 minutes. I'm just sitting there, and I'm like, please, please, please. And finally he comes out, and he's like, oh, and he recognized me, and I was like, well, here's the merch, and I like typed out on my phone, as detailed as I could with the Google Translate app, and I said, these are duplicate items. You can keep them, you can give them away to other fans, or you can sell them. I said, you can do whatever you want with them, but they're yours. These are yours. And he was like, he like triple checked. He was like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? And I was like, yes, it's okay. Here you go. And he kept like trying to like, it was really hard. Like, he doesn't speak English, and I don't speak Japanese very well. And I was in a hurry. So he kept like trying to like ask me questions about it and like try and figure out like what I wanted to do with the stuff. But finally I got him to understand that he can do whatever he wants with it. He can take care of it. And give it, I was hoping he'd give it away to some of the other people around. But but he like started like looking through some of the stuff, and he was like, oh, included in the stuff is at HoloFest, one of the food items that you could purchase was a Watame branded like see-through like pail. It was like with a little lid on it, and it had yellow like cotton candy. So I had gotten that included in some of the food that I bought at HoloFest. Yeah, the bucket, and it looks awesome. It was really cool. But that was one of the things where it's like I didn't want to eat it, and I thought it was cool, but it takes up a little bit too much space, and I didn't really want to bring it with me. And that's the sort of thing there where like if you don't open it and you just like leave it, it's kind of sealed. It's sugar, so it's probably gonna last a long time. Just like if you put it on a shelf or something, it'll look nice. Anyway, I included that in like the stuff, and he like freaked out when he saw that. Either he was like laughing at me or he was happy. I think he was more happy than laughing at me. But he like was looking through, and I was like, okay, sorry, I'm so sorry, I have to go. And I like typed out like I have to catch my flight. And he was like, oh, okay. And we're both Hololive fans, so it means we're not the most socially adept people in the world. As I'm about to leave, instead of like doing like a handshake thing or whatever, he tries to give me a hug, and I was like, what? Okay. And then I bolted out the door. I was like, what is going on? So I left as fast as I possibly could. Heartwarming, but Lamau, I know, right? I was like, dude, it's fine. It's like just handshake. I don't know, dude. Do you whatever. Salute. I don't know. So I bolted back to the station, got on the train. I made it back to the airport with plenty of time left. Like I ended up having a good amount of time. I think I was like still about 45 minutes, an hour before check-in. So I made it with plenty of time, thankfully. And I was like, well, that was awkward, but I'm glad that I did it. It added a little bit more stress, and I made it to the airport, and I was a mess. Like, it was not great. I tried to like clean myself up as much as I could, because it's not like fair to the other people you're traveling with if you show up to a plane flight. Chemist, I can't. I am always a mess. When heat and movement are involved, I am just a mess. It's bad. That's why I want to live in a place that is like 10 degrees Celsius. I want like 50 degrees or less all year round. I want to find a place like that and live there for the rest of my life, and I'll be very happy. But anyway, made it to the airport. No harm, no foul. Everything seems fine. And I was like, hey, I have a little bit of extra time. So we already did one good thing for the day. Let's try something else. My introverted, crazy self was, I don't know what I was thinking. I have no idea what I was thinking. But I've heard in certain places, especially in long like international flights, sometimes it can be very nice to get a like a snack gift, especially like when you're traveling to Japan. There's plenty like souvenir shops that offer like little desserts or little snacks or whatever in like little gift boxes. In Japan, the culture is generally, if you go on vacation and your coworkers and your family know that you're going on vacation, generally the acceptable thing that you're supposed to do is purchase some sort of souvenir for your family and coworkers and friends. It can get very expensive. But what I've heard in some, like around the internet and that sort of stuff, is sometimes it's a nice thing on long haul flights, like international flights, to buy something for the flight crew. And I've always wanted to try this. Like, it's been like, I've known this for like years, that sometimes people do that. And apparently it doesn't happen very often, but I just wanted to try it once, just like see what would happen. So I had a little bit of time before the flight. So I looked around and I found something that looked good. There's like this little like dessert. It was like a butter cake thing with like little fillings, and it was like a variety pack. And I was like, ooh, this looks kind of nice. So I bought it. It was like, I don't know, $20, something like that. It wasn't too bad. And it was like just from the airport. It wasn't like anywhere special or anything special. So I was like, is it like a bad like faux pas to buy the gift from the airport that you're traveling from? I don't know. But so I put it in my backpack, which I just barely have room for it. And I go to get on the plane. And wouldn't you know it, my day of troubles in travel wasn't over yet. Not only am I in the last boarding group with a gigantic, heavy backpack that I need to put in the overhead luggage. Not only am I in the last boarding group, but as I go through and they check my ticket, they pull me aside to do a enhanced security scan of my backpack. I have traveled a lot. I have done many international flights. I am a white man. I have never in my life encountered any sort of extra security check or anything. I'm very privileged. Nothing has ever happened like this before. They pull me aside and they ask me if I'm carrying anything dangerous in my bag. And I was like, no, I don't think so. So they pull me to this like little side area. So I've already made it, like I've already scanned my ticket. And instead of going like down down the boarding like ramp to the plane, they pulled me aside to this like little like secluded like cubicle, and they asked me to pull all my electronics out of my backpack, and they use little swabs to wipe them down, and then put those swabs in like a little machine that like checks for content, like I don't know, it's like residue or something like that. I've never seen anyone get pulled aside like this before. And in Japan, no less. I've never seen anything like this before. I don't know if I was targeted for some reason, because yeah, I know, like I've heard about it, but it's super rare. And it's like, I don't know why they chose me, unless they like flagged me when my bag went through, because I had so much electronics. Like I've got, again, I have my travel router, I have a huge battery to charge my phone. I have 2 laptops. I have the chargers for those laptops. I set my travel router. Like, I've got tons of electronics and crap in my bag. So I understand if that's what caused it. But I've never seen it happen. And it's never... I'm the last person here. Everyone else has passed me boarding the plane. And I'm sitting there and I'm starting to sweat again. I'm like, what if in my travels around Tokyo today, I encountered something that's gonna set this off? Well, I don't know what could happen. So it takes them like 5 or 10 minutes to like wipe down all of my electronics, because they had to like open it up and pull everything out, and they did everything that they needed to do. Finally, they're like, all right, you're good. And I was like, wait, that's it? Like, I'm just good now? And they're like, yeah, you're fine. Go on ahead. Thank you. And I was like, okay, thank you. I'm just gonna get on the plane now. So I walk down. I get on the plane. Again, I am the last one on this plane. It is so weird. So my original plan was to give this snack to, you know how there's always like a stewardess that's like greeting you as you walk onto the plane, is to give it to her as I just like walk past and be like, presento for the crew, you know, like, here you go, like, you guys can have this, that sort of stuff. But I couldn't do that because I was the freaking last person on the plane, and I'm like hurrying. I need to find my seat. So I just like book it and try and find my seat. I just remembered something else about this as well. In the process of checking my luggage and all of that, the it did take a long time, but the very nice girl that was helping me check in all of my luggage looked at my seat assignment, and she was like, oh, you have an aisle seat. Would you like me to change you to a window seat? And I was like, oh, no, thank you. I always get an aisle seat. Always aisle seat. Thank you. Aisle seat, please. And she was like, oh, okay. Like, she thought I was a weirdo, apparently. She's like, oh, well, what else I can try is there is currently an aisle seat with nobody sitting next to you. Do you want to swap to that seat? And I was like, sure, why not? Thank you. That's awesome. I've never been offered anything like this before. I was like, heck yeah, man. Yes, please. And again, it's a couple hours before the flight when I was checking everything in. So theoretically, like, who's gonna be filling that seat unless somebody wants a middle seat for some reason? Because it was like in the middle aisle. I was like on the left side, and it would be like a middle seat. I don't know who would want a middle seat and change to that at the last minute, right? It doesn't make sense. So I was like, heck yeah, good times, you know? Things are looking up. Fast forward back to me running onto the plane. Oh yeah, I love aisle seats. Plus, I like, every once in a while when I'm flying, like I'll have to get up to go to the bathroom a lot. I never know like when it's gonna happen, but I would much rather have an aisle seat versus bothering the person next to me. Like, I have enough social anxiety as it is, instead of needing to like wake a person up every time I have to use the restroom. No, thank you. Aisle seat for days, please. Thank you. So I'm running onto the plane, and I'm like, okay, where's my seat? Okay, this row. Okay, it's that row. Again, I'm the last person on the plane. I look at the row, and there's people standing around it. Why? there is a lady standing outside my row, holding up, there were like 3 people that are trying to get past her with her bag, like she suspended her bag like above the headrest. She's spinning around looking for a place to put her bag. There isn't any room because we're the last people on the plane. And she's spinning around, like opening up hatches, like trying to like move people's stuff aside to get her bag in, and just like being one of those people. No, it was not the same lady. That would be wild. It was not the same lady. And she was like getting upset, and she was like huffing and puffing and trying to like find a spot for her bag. Finally, one of the like tall dudes near her like finally reached to one of the like further ones, like further away from where her seat was, and there was just enough room there when he moved stuff out of the way, and she was able to put her bag there. And then she sat in the middle seat next to where I sit. And I started sweating. You know that like cold sweat, and we're like, oh no, this is gonna be bad, isn't it? I get over there, and in the time that I take to like for the other people to file through, while that was happening, I happened to notice like where I was standing, I was like 4 people back from her in the aisle, and I noticed that there was still an empty couple seats in the row where I was like next to where I was standing. So I opened the overhead bin, and it was just a completely open, free, nothing there overhead bin. So I threw my backpack in there. I grabbed my my shoulder bag that I have all my like essentials in. So I was good to go. Yeah, I was super lucky. I did not think I was gonna I thought it was gonna be an ordeal. So I was like, okay, at least there's that. It's fine. It's not right next to my seat, but it's a couple rows ahead. It's gonna be fine. I can still see it, you know, that sort of stuff. So in the time it took the people to file past her and me to get to that row, this lady had exploded. Her shoes were off. Her bag was open. Her seat was reclined. She was lounging like she owned the place. I was like, what is going on? Like, how? What did I do to deserve this? Like, she had just completely owned the entire middle section and then some, and she was asserting her dominance. And I was like, oh my god, and I started sweating again. I was like, this is not gonna be a great flight, is it? It's not gonna be a great flight. Okay, all right, let's come to terms with that. So I sit down, I buckle myself in, I place all my stuff neatly. You've done that, but after we already took off, and you needed to have yeah, like the okay, I understand if you are a middle seat person, if you have gotten the middle seat, you own a little bit more space than the 2 aisle seats. Completely understandable. You get both of the armrests if you're in the middle seat. Both of those are yours because the other 2 people can lean into the aisles. They have more room than you. I understand that. But she it was more than that. So we're all set. We take off. And we're going up. And I notice in front of me, there's a family. There's a lady sitting in front of me. There's an older lady sitting to her right. And then across the aisle are 3 children sitting, the 3 of them by themselves across the aisle from their mom. And I was like, oh, well, that's certainly a choice. Okay. And as the first like hour of this flight goes by, these kids are loud, they are rambunctious, they're young, they're like probably between the ages of 5 and 10 or something like that. And I was like, what am I need to do? And I was like, it's fine, just get my headphones on. I like tried to focus on stuff. The kid on the aisle, so like diagonally, like the one directly across from their mom, is playing a movie on their headrest. And then I feel a presence to my right. And I hadn't been paying because the kids were like distracting me. I was like having kind of fun, like trying to like, I was like trying to figure out like what's going on there. The stewardesses kept coming over and like doing stuff with the kids and like it was mostly fine. But then I was like, I feel a presence. And I kind of like sat as straight as I could. And I kind of looked over as subtly as I could. And the lady in the middle seat was whole arm, full body, leaning into my space, head forward, locked in, watching the film that the kid was watching. Huh? What? You have your own television in front of you. And yet you lean into my space to watch the kids' movie that the child is watching. I don't know. At this point, I was like, what did I do? What did I do to deserve this? Has to be past life stuff? I have no idea. So, I've been on my phone. So, at this point, I'm a non-confrontational person, right? So it's not like I could just go, excuse me. I'm not gonna do that. But I will be passive aggressive about it. I leaned forward, doubling in half with my phone, and I got comfortable. And my big head is now in between her and the screen. I was like, oh, and then I like kind of like leaned forward, and this lady, she was like, she kind of like, I heard her like audibly like click her tongue, and she sat back. She was like, and she retreated to her space. I don't even know. But I can't sit there because I'm like doubled over. So it eventually became not super comfortable. Hi, Ezra. As you should. So eventually I sat back. I stayed there for like 10 minutes or so. And then I sat back and I got comfortable again. And 5 minutes after I sat back and I got comfortable again, I felt the presence. She started leaning again. I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be the worst flight of my life. But I endured it. Like a good little boy. I just sat there and I put a movie on and everything was fine. They served our dinner. I ate the dinner. She ate the dinner. We ate the dinner together. And then she tried to eat your dinner. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. I think because she was so close, the stewardesses thought we were together. Because every time they came past, they would always serve both of us together, and they gave us like one menu and that sort of stuff. I was just like, I was so over it. I was like, oh my god, it keeps getting worse. Oh. No, we were in the middle. Okay, so it was a large plane. So there's 3 sets of 3 in this plane, right? So there's 3 to the left of me, and then it was me, her, another person. We were the middle row, and then there was another set of 3 on the far side, right? It wasn't a 5 middle, it was a 3 middle. Yeah. So right after dinner, I realized something. You remember when I said that there was a completely empty overhead bin where I put my backpack? I had gotten stuff out of my backpack a couple times through the course of like the first like third of this flight. And I noticed that the front row of our section only had one guy sitting in it. There were 2 free seats in the middle row. The left seat where so it was like the left seat and the middle seat were free, and there was a guy sitting there. And I was like, what if I work up the courage, my socially anxious self, to ask if it's okay to switch seats? So I sat there for another like 10 minutes, and I was thinking about it, and I was thinking about it, and I was thinking about it, and constantly I felt the presence. I constantly felt the presence, and I was like, we have another 5+ hours on this flight. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna ask. I have to do it. I have to do it. This can't be the worst flight I've ever had in my entire life. I have to do something. I have to try. So I stood up. I walked back to the station where the flight attendants have their like little section, and thankfully there was I got super lucky. The one of like the lead flight attendants was there. You know, the ones with like the like that are in charge. Like they have like the extra pin or whatever, and they have like the iPad with all their stuff. She was there. And I walk over and I asked her, I said, hey, there's a couple seats that are free. Nobody is sitting there a few rows ahead of where I am. Is there any chance that it would be okay if I sat in one of those seats for the rest of the flight? And she was like, And she pulled up her iPad and it had like the full seating chart. And she was like, which seat? So I told her. And she looked at it and she goes, huh. Yeah, they're free. You should be fine, actually, to move over there if you want to. But, and then she pointed to the seat where the guy was sitting. And she goes, you have to make sure, check with him, that it is okay with him that you sit there. And I was like, oh, hallelujah. Oh, thank God. Okay, all right, one last hurdle, one last social hurdle, and I might be okay. So I was like, thank you so much. You don't know how much this means to me. And I walked back over. I walked back over to the free seat, and I look over, and the guy has his headphones. He's an older Japanese guy. Has his headphones on. And he's like, he looks like he's asleep. And I was like, oh no. Oh no, if he's asleep, what am I gonna do? Oh, if he's asleep. And then I see him twitching. He's like listening to something in his headphones. He's like, not asleep, just very into whatever he's listening to. And I was like, oh, what am I gonna do? His eyes are fully closed. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I don't know what to do. Do I like tap him on the shoulder? That seems so weird. Like, who does that? So I'm like, okay, here's what I do. I know he's Japanese. I don't know if he can speak English. So I take out my phone. I type in a thing that's like, I'm sorry, would you mind if I sat in this seat for the rest of the flight? Is that okay? Or whatever. I said something along those lines in Google Translate. And then throughout that, I was hoping I would catch him like opening his eyes or something. He never did. So finally, I stood there for like 5 minutes, and it was getting a little awkward, and like people were kind of like staring at me from the other rows. So I was like, okay, whatever. And I just like leaned forward and I kind of like tap him on the shoulder, and he was like, oh. And he like looks at me, and I was like, I'm sorry. And then I showed him my phone, and he like looks at he squints at my phone, and then he looks at me, and he's like, and he's like searching for something, and it takes him like a minute, and he brings out his glasses and he puts his glasses on, and then he squints at my phone again, and he's like, and then like points at my phone, and I look at my phone, and in the time that I like have been like tapping him on the shoulder and like waiting, like somehow my very clear message ended up with a bunch of like extra characters in it. It had like H. So it's just like a garbled, just nothing of a message. And I was like, oh my God, how could this get any worse? So it's like, I'm so sorry. And I retyped the message, and then he squinted at it for a second. And then I like pointed at the opposite seat, so that there was a seat in the middle between us. And I was like, are you okay with this? And he was like, oh. And in like like flawless English, he's like, oh yeah, that's fine. He's like, go ahead. And I was like, ew. So I was like, okay, thank you. I went back and gathered up all my stuff from the seat before. I went back and I sat down, and I had a very good rest of the flight. The only thing is, you let that woman win, she can win. You know what? She can win. That's fine. She can win. You know what's stupid? I realized in the course of the rest of the flight, I realized two things. The reason she was sitting there is she was part of the group of the lady and the children that I was staring at. She was part of that family unit. So that is why she got the middle seat, because it was the closest available seat to them. I finally realized that. And I was like, oh, okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Fine. Also makes a little bit more sense why she would be paying so much attention to what the kids are doing. I get it. It's okay. It's not okay, but it's understandable to some extent. I kind of get it, okay? But the other thing is, we still had, after I moved, we had 5+ hours on this flight. It was probably like 5 to 6 hours left in the flight when I moved. She stayed in the middle seat. She did not move to my seat. She stayed in the middle seat the entire time. And I was like, oh, okay. All right, whatever. just like a little like, I'm sure the other person in the row was like fuming. Yeah, she could torment the person on the other side. I have no idea. I probably could have made it clearer that I had moved to another row, but like after a few hours, like I picked up all of my stuff and I clearly moved to another part of the plane. Like after a couple hours, like you should realize that I am not coming back. But no, she just stayed in the middle seat. But that other person, yeah, that poor other person who I don't think was part of the family unit. I think they were just like me. They were just a solo traveler. Okay, so one last thing. The rest of the flight went beautifully. I had no issues at all. It was really nice. I don't mind ANA. ANA is probably my favorite international flight. Not too bad. Zevros, hi. But you remember, I had one more mission on this flight. I still had a gift in my backpack that now it is halfway through the flight. I've moved my seat. I've had a terrible first half of the flight. I'm just like decompressing. I'm just sitting there, and then I start to sweat again because I'm like, what am I gonna do with this gift box that I have in my bag? I missed my chance to give it to them when I wanted to, which is, I think, is the acceptable thing, is to give it to them right as you get on the plane. And I was like, I don't know. This is my first time ever doing this. I just wanted to try it once just to see, just like, because I've heard that it's a nice thing to do. I was really curious what would happen if I did it, that sort of stuff. So I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I'm halfway through the flight now. I missed my one opportunity that I felt would be like the least anxiety inducing way of doing this. And now that it's halfway through the flight, how do I explain that I had a gift for them this entire time and I didn't do anything about it? So I was like, okay, whatever, man, just screw it. It's halfway through the flight. Everyone's like, most people are sleeping. like all the lights are dim, and I was like, you know what, whatever, I'm just gonna do it, and I'll just get it over with, and if I make a fool of myself, I make a fool of myself. So I walked over, I opened up the overhead, I got it out of my bag, I closed it, I looked over, there was the light was on in the little section, so that means somebody was over there, one of the stewardesses. Made my way over. Thankfully there wasn't a lot of people like milling around. Like I said, most people were either sleeping or like focused on other stuff. So I walked over, and I'm pretty sure the same lady who I talked to move seats was the lady that I found here. She was there again, and I was like, I'm so freaking awkward, man. I hate my life. I hate everything about me. So I'm like, hi. And then I was like, I got the crew this as a present. And she kind of like did a double take. She like looked at me, and then she like looked at the thing, and then she like kind of like almost on reflex like took it, because I was like presenting it, and she like took it, and she like looked at me, and she was like, but why? And I was like, I don't know, I heard that it was a nice thing to do sometimes. And she laughed at me. She was like, ah. The worst she could say is no. No, to be fair, I don't think it was like, she wasn't laughing at me. She was just like, what is this situation? Because apparently I thought this happened like not frequently, but I thought this happened like, you know, sometimes. But the way she reacted to it was like, this is the first time that she's ever had this happen to her. And like, so she like looked at it again, and she was like, started to like read like what it was, and she's like, oh, this looks good. And she was like, it's for the crew, the flight attendants. And I was like, yeah, it's for everyone to share. And she's like, oh, well, thank you. And then she goes, I need to check if this is okay to accept, because this is a Japanese company, and sometimes gifts can't be accepted. And I was like, I didn't even think about that. Oh. And I was like, oh, well, I don't mean to be any trouble. I'm sorry if it's a pain to figure this out. It's like, oh, no, it's totally fine. She's like, it's fine. We just need to check, but thank you. And I was like, yeah. And she's like, oh, wait. What seat are you in? And I was like, oh, well, I was here, but then I moved, and now I'm in this seat. And she's like, oh, okay. And then I was like, all right, well, I'll see ya. And then I skedaddled my butt back to my seat. And I didn't hear a peep. I didn't hear anything until we were about to land. I didn't know if it was gonna get returned, or they wouldn't be able to accept it, or if I was just like a weirdo now and they hated me. I don't know. And then right as we were landing, another stewardess approached me, and I have run out of time, and it is time for another ad break, and I hate my life. I'll show you guys what happened right after this.
You're listening to Eggy Radio 39.9 FM. Ah, ba, ba, ba.
Keep on riding.
Keep on running.
Keep on riding.
Here comes the light in metropolis lights when the music's way too loud. Deep in the night, it's easy to hide, and he's got it all figured out. White satellites getting lost in his eyes, but to him she's just another girl. Roll with the tide like the wind in the sky, and he'll only let you down. Ooh, Jason, tell me what you're chasing. Because the night will never give you what you want. Ooh, Jason, and if you can't escape it, I hope you find whatever you've been looking for.
Where do you go in a town full of ghosts and everybody knows your name? And all the homecoming queens in the small town scenes, they'll offer you a place to stay. Someone forever instead of whenever when they're naked in the light. It's a stranger to potion, but sometimes emotion almost makes you feel alive.
Jason, tell me what you're chasing. Because the night will never give you what you want. Ooh, Jason, and if you can't escape it, I hope you find whatever you've been looking for.
And I'm gonna keep on, keep on, keep on, keep on, keep on riding.
Keep on running.
And I'm gonna keep on, keep on, keep on, keep on, keep on riding.
Keep on running.
All right, we're back. God, I hate ad breaks. I like the music. I hate the ad breaks. Does the... Okay, it is playing music. It's just low. Welcome back, y'all. So yeah, we're gonna finish up the travel story here and maybe get to some some ZZZ finally. Okay, so like I was saying, we're finally we're prepping for landing, and one of the stewardesses walks up to me and was like, "You were the one who gave the snacks?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "Oh, well, here." And I was like, "Huh?" And she's like, "This is a gift for you." And I was like, "What?" Apparently, they have these things on board planes. What? All right, let me get in the corner and I will show you. All right, here we go. We're gonna do a hand cam stream here. If you don't want to see flesh human parts, click away now. They already have them? No, not snack. Well, technically, yes, snacks, but not. That's not it. So we're gonna go hand cam in 3, 2, 1, and boom. Ah, there we go. All right. So we've got about. I need to move this a little bit to the right. Okay, so this is what I got. I had to throw it in my backpack because I really didn't have room. This barely fit. But it says, "Especially for you, I wish you every happiness," on a little seal on the bag. It's just a little bag. And I was like, "What the frick is this?" And she just walked up and she handed it to me. And she was like, "Here, this is a gift from us to you." And I was like, what is this? So in this bag, we have some snacks, just regular snacks, some mixed nuts, some regular snack mix. And I was like, "Oh, okay, well, that's cool. That's kind of neat." Like all the snacks that they have on the plane. I kind of wish they had given this to me a little bit earlier because we were about to land and I couldn't eat any of these. Also included were 3 postcards, 3 A&A glossy postcards. Kind of neat. Okay. 2 pens. Okay. Kind of cool. I was like, what the? I was just like going through this and I was like, what the heck? And the final thing in here, and this blew my mind. It is a travel bag exclusively for A&A. It's just like a little like toiletries travel bag, but it's like canvas and probably fake leather, but like, what the frick? So this was all in that little goodie bag, and I was like, what the frick? I did not expect like to get anything from, it's like in his Secret Santa. Yeah, I was like it's so, I was just like, what the, actually I haven't opened, I don't know if there's anything inside here. I don't think so. Yeah, I think it's just because I felt when I picked it up just now, I felt something inside, but I think it's just yeah, it's just like stuffing. Yeah, it was like an imprint. Wait, what? There's stuff inside. What the heck? Oh, there's a little, okay, it's like a little care kit. Some lip balm, some lotion. I don't know what this is. This is inside as well. I didn't open this. What is this? Oh, okay. I'm not gonna unpack this, but I believe this is just like a little like travel bag, like a handheld, like and you just pack it like really small. It's like a shopping bag, but it's like silky. What the freak, man? Oh, it's just wild. I was like, what the? I did not expect. But maybe it's kind of cool to like, not that this is a I don't know, something to exploit or whatever, but like maybe this would be like a regular thing for long international flights for me. Like, it's kind of nice. Like the reaction that I got from her was, obviously nobody really does this, even though I've heard of people doing it in the past. So it's probably like a nice surprise, and it's probably better if like it happens at the beginning of the flight so that they can maybe like take advantage and eat the snacks. But I just I was like, what the? Not expected. So yeah, that was my flight. What a tale, right? Yeah, everything else went okay. And I got home safely, is what I would say if that was the end of the story. Guys, I think me in a past life was like a bad person or something. We have 2 more incidents to go over. This is a single flight. We've been talking about this for an hour and a half. I'm so sorry. I'll be a little bit quicker with these. But immigration into the US took absolutely forever. I had 2.5 hours of time in between, like as a layover between my last flight. I have global entry, which makes it super quick to get through security. Okay, it's really nice. I highly encourage, if you get global entry, you get you get pre-check as well for free. If you live in the US and you travel at all, please get global entry. Please get pre-check. It saves you so much time at the airport. It's so nice. Anyway, so I make it through the first part of immigration totally fine. I collect my baggage. I get through. Global entry's really fine. Past life, Eggy stole my lunch money. Hi, Cub. we get I have to go like recheck my bags. That all happens perfectly fine, no issues. But then you have to go through like a secondary like screening. It's basically just TSA again, but from the international into the domestic section of the terminal. And wouldn't you know it, they had a trainee checking the bags on the x-ray scanner. They had two guys sitting there. One of them kept like triple checking things and like pointing things out. There were like 4 of us in line, and it took half an hour for them to get through the 4 of us. It was insane. It took so long. And then when it came to my turn, guess whose bag got pulled aside and had to be double checked? This guy. Apparently they don't like backpacks stuffed with electronics. It's just not something that they enjoy at the TSA. I understand that, but when they had to run my bag 3 times through the scanner, really? They made me unpack all of the electronics from my bag, and they individually sent everything back through the scanner, holding everything up, making it last even longer for the other people. What's with all these anime girls in your bag? Or to say, I didn't have, the only like anime thing I have on my bag is I've got a jet tag for Maria from oh my god, I'm blanking on her group. V4 Mirai. I've got a Maria jet tag, and it's like black and white. It's like I like it a lot. It's very nice. But no, they just cared about the electronics. So they ran those through a couple times. Everything apparently checked out fine. I watched somebody else next to me have all their electronics pulled out, and they did the little swab things that happened to me before my flight happened to this guy here. I thought they were going to do that to me as well, but apparently the last time that things went through, they were like, all right, you're good. And it was even, I was like sitting there just watching them, and as my bag went through, like the last time, the guy like pointed at a section of my bag a couple times as they were like triple checking it, and he was like and he was like tapping the screen, talking to the other guy about like this one section of my bag that they were still like not sure of. And I was like, just gonna do what you need to do, come on please. And I'm like, I have 2.5 hours, so it's probably fine. But I'm just like sitting there. It took at least 45 minutes to an hour to get through that one section of security because they rechecked stuff. And I was just like, so finally they, I guess, gave me the all clear. I had to repack my backpack, and I found my gate, which was on the other side of the airport. You gotta love that. But I made it. I had like an hour before my flight. Totally fine. And then the flight was delayed about an hour, so that was fine. And then I got home to my home airport. I got home. I'm tired. I dozed a little bit on the plane. I dozed a little bit on the other plane. I dozed a little bit in the airport. Very dangerous. I was actually like falling asleep, not realizing that I had fallen asleep. I I don't often get like that, but I had been up at this point without sleep for over 24 hours. I had taken a Dramamine on the first flight, which doesn't help. It makes you sleepy. Dramamine, like, it doesn't knock me out, but it makes me like a little bit sleepy, a little bit loopy. So I was like passing out randomly when I like sat down in places. Notes, hi, welcome. Oh my goodness, guys, I'm on the latter part of my epic adventure back to the States from Japan. Hi, Grim. Welcome in, Notes. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the resub as well. I've returned. Yeah, we're back. Clever, hi. If anyone doesn't know who I am, I'm an involuntary cyborg VTuber, model number 399CY. God. I haven't done this in so long. I'm dying here. I go by Eggy, and we play a lot of Hoyo games around here. And also, I talk way too long about dumb things. I've been live for 2.5 hours, and I've been talking about a single flight that I took. So, yeah, yeah, you know, that's what you deal with around here. But we're just finishing up. It was a very eventful flight. I am not selling that. I'm not overselling that. It was it was a flight. And we're right on the final leg of it here. Getting back to my home airport. Finally. Again, I keep saying I was falling asleep in like random places. Like I was almost like falling asleep on my feet, like standing up. Finally got to the baggage claim, waiting for my 3 bags, or my 3 suitcases. And here we go. Suitcase 1 comes through. I was like pretty early too. Like normally I'm pretty unlucky and they get they're like some of the last bags to go through. Not this time apparently. So they come through. I was like, ooh, okay. First bag, no problems. Second bag, no problems. Very nice. Third bag was the new bag that I purchased in Japan just because I needed more room because I had bought too much stuff. We've been over this. But when I noticed, so I do this thing with suitcases where, you know how like all suitcases like look the same, right? So I purchased neon green luggage straps. And I use those to differentiate my luggage from everyone else's. And it works really well. Like nobody really has these. Nobody really uses luggage straps anyway. So I just have them. They're more ornamental than anything. They don't really do anything. But that's how I easily see my luggage, right? So I pick up the first 2 bags. And then the third bag, I see it. But the strap is kind of like hanging off the side of it. And I'm like, that's kind of weird. Why would the strap be hanging off the side of the bag? Like I like it's pretty secure when I attach it. So I pick up the bag and I put it on the ground and it falls over. And I'm like, that's weird. It didn't do this when I picked it up in between the Japan flight and the domestic flight when I had to recheck the bag. Everything was fine there. And then I examined the bag. Not only was it missing a wheel entirely, but the entire corner of the suitcase that the wheel used to be attached to was shattered and part of a bag that I had in the suitcase was hanging out of it. Like the entire corner, it's like it had been dropped from a significant distance, landed right on the corner, right on the wheel, and it just shattered. And there was like a fist-sized hole in the corner of the suitcase. And I'm sitting there over 24 hours, no sleep, looking at my damaged suitcase, and I'm like, what do I do? Did I lose anything? What do I do? And then I'm like, okay, I'll just eat the cost, whatever, I'll just do it. And then I start walking away. Thankfully I can still roll it on 3 wheels, but it's just awkward. It just takes like a lot more effort. Again, I have 3 rolling bags, so I have 2 of them in one hand with the like extendo things up, and I'm rolling them, and then my huge backpack's on my back, and I've got the other one with 3 wheels in my right hand so that I can like maneuver it a little bit better. And I was like, you know what, it's too much. I'm gonna complain. I'm gonna do the thing. I have social anxiety, okay? However, as I've gotten older, I've realized that when you make a fuss, usually you can make good things happen. If you're inconvenienced or wronged, if you raise a stink, generally good things can come from it. Generally, if companies are involved. So as I've gotten older, I've been more inclined to raise a stink when I'm wronged by companies, especially large companies. So I'm like, you know what, screw it. I just bought this bag. It's been one flight. It survived an international flight, and then the domestic leg of the flight shattered the corner. Really? Okay, let's do something about this. So I marched my butt over to the customer service counter, and I walk up. Nobody else is around apparently, so I'm lucky there. I walk up to the desk, and I was like, "Hi, the entire corner of my luggage is shattered." And the lady kind of like peeks over. She like peeks over and she looks and she goes, "Oh, the wheel's missing, huh?" And I was like, "Yeah." It was on an international flight before this. I just bought this bag, went on the international flight, perfectly fine. When I had to recheck them, everything was fine. And this very short domestic flight, somehow the entire corner gets shattered. And she goes, "Oh, well, usually for missing wheels, they don't actually do anything." I was like, "Excuse me?" And she's like, "Yeah, if the luggage loses a wheel in transit, usually they don't really do anything." And I was like, "Okay, can I file a report still?" She's like, "Yeah, you can try." And I was like, "I would like to do that, please." And she's like, "Okay, sure." And then she like takes 20 minutes taking down all of my information. She's like, she leans over to the lady next to her, and she's like, whatever her name was, she's like, "Irene, where's the iPad?" And the lady's like, "I don't know." She's like, "Can you take a picture with your phone of the corner of this bag where the wheel's missing and then email it to me?" It's just like the most convoluted thing. So I get all of my information in. They take a picture of the damage. All set. And she's like, "Well, if they decide to do something, they'll let you know. But there's a lot of stuff, a lot of tickets. It'll probably take a long time. So just be patient and maybe they'll get back to you. And I was like, okay, jeez, okay, lady, thanks. So I take my damaged suitcase and I leave. Just it's a pain in the butt rolling a 3-wheeled suitcase through an airport. So I finally get my not rental car. I get in an Uber and I go home. And that night, so I get home, everything's fine. I checked the stuff. I actually haven't checked too well, like the bag that was sticking out. I need to like empty the bag and inspect the contents, but I wasn't missing anything, and I'm hoping nothing is damaged, but I kind of like don't want to look. So anyway, I get home fine. Obviously I'm here now, but I get an email that night. That says, on behalf of the airline, we sincerely apologize for destroying your luggage. Please use this link and this code and select a luggage from the store, and we will ship it to you for free. Well, that's a little more than nothing. So I have a brand new, I checked on Amazon, and the replacement that I got, so the one that I bought in Japan was like, I think it was like $70 or something like that. It was on the cheaper side, so like maybe that's a little bit on me, but I looked at all the reviews were like really good, and people were like, I've been on multiple flights, like they're Japanese reviews on Japanese Amazon, so I was like, usually they're really critical if things are bad, so there were like multiple flights. It's a little on the cheap side, but plenty of people have used it quite a bit, so I thought it was fine, even though it was a little bit cheaper. Anyway, I get to replace it with an almost $200 hard shell. Well, this was also hard shell, but this is like a sturdier hard shell luggage. 5 stars would throw from a high place again. Yes. And then looking into it, apparently specifically for international flights, there's more there's more protections for damaged like suitcases and luggage and that sort of stuff. Not necessarily like the contents, but the luggage itself, when it gets like damaged beyond repair, most airlines have this policy. It's like part of the laws or something, like the whatever governs air travel, where if they damage it beyond repair, they have to replace it with something of equal value. So learn something new, I guess. Domestic flights are apparently a little bit less strict about it, like which is probably what she was thinking. I don't know, because I did say international flight, but she's probably used to people flying domestic more. Anyway, so I was pleasantly surprised. So this whole flight back was like a comedy of errors, but things somehow working out well anyway. Like something would go wrong, and then something would go a little bit better than expected. We took a long time to check my bags in, but I got my seat changed. Didn't turn out to be a positive. had a little bit of extra time at the airport, so I got to hand over my extra merch to a really nice cafe owner. Had that really terrible lady sitting next to me on the flight, but got to move seats. Had a really socially anxious time with the gift for the flight staff, but got a really cool gift, like little goodie bag in return. And then had a really bad domestic flight, damaged luggage, but we got a really nice replacement, which hopefully will last me more than one flight, because the reviews on these are they're mostly positive, but it's definitely not like a high-end brand of luggage, so we'll see. But I think all in all it turned out better than expected. Oh my god. And now here we are. I was just saying, I'm about 2 days back now, because I got back home not yesterday, but the day before. Wow, this freaking flu. But I didn't sleep last night because jet lag sucks. So let's like I said, I've got a bunch of stuff that I bought in Japan that I need to organize and go through. I want to do a little bit of a stream where we go over some of the cool stuff that I bought. I get to show off stuff that I'm gonna put into a little shelf for the two Holo members that I've decided to support during my time in Japan, and I'm excited. Hopefully I'll be able to stream quite a bit next week. God, I hope I don't get sick. Again, I kind of want to go to SakuraCon tomorrow, but I'm thinking I probably won't. It depends on how good of a sleep I get tonight, which probably will not be great. We'll see. Maybe I'll get a great sleep and I'll feel up to driving quite a ways, but we'll see. But yeah, depending on what happens, how this weekend goes, I definitely want to be going back to my normal Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 3 p.m. Pacific stream times. But we also have so much content in ZZZ and Star Rail that I need to get through. Also, even extra stuff, because we've got the free-to-play second account in Star Rail that I want to start up because of the 2nd anniversary. We've been planning on this for a while now. I'm very excited, but that's even more content that I have to do. So I don't know if that's just going to be like a me thing where I'll like record some stuff. I at least want to like get started on stream, but I don't know how exactly I want to do the content for that. I kind of want to do like a YouTube series. It'll be like my first actual series, but I also kind of want to stream it, but I think there's way too much other stuff that I want to stream. So I don't know. I'm kind of flipping back and forth on that. But I'm definitely starting it up on Monday, and that should give me enough time to take advantage of all of the like all the events that are happening for the anniversary. Just because, you know, like everyone's talking about Star Rail and how like there's power creep and everything, and I want to see if somebody starts like year 2 fresh account, how does the early game hold up? How difficult is the content? How quickly can you get yourself up to a spot where you can maybe compete in some of the like higher end time battles and that sort of stuff? So we'll see. I'm not sure how exactly I want to go about that, but I'll be making the account on Monday at the very least, and we'll go from there. All right, let's swap over finally to ZZZ. I have a lot of stuff. We're gonna move over Zenless Zone 0. We're gonna swap over. We're gonna play some game and hopefully get through some of the story. It is 6 o'clock my time right now, so I'll probably go another couple hours. Again, I'm pretty tired. I did not expect to talk for 3 hours. But let's do our dailies in ZZZ, and then we'll start. It's been a while. I have a couple like story blocks to play through, so let's swap over. We've got a little bit of time before our next ad break, so let's set this up. All right. Hello. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we do this, and then we do this. Nice. Deadly Assault reset today. Yeah, so I have been doing my dailies, my weeklies, and the challenge content in ZZZ, but it's been about a month and a half since I did any story content, so it's been a little bit. This is the easiest one you've done, probably because no Pompeii this time around. Oh, interesting. I just have the worst time whenever, like, I have a really good electric team, I have a really good ice team, and I have the premium free-to-play fire team, and it's just garbage. It just does like basically no damage, and it makes me sad every time. So let's see, I'm gonna let's get our dailies. And then we can do as much as we can here.
A cup of coffee isn't just for the early birds. It can also be for the night owls. Sometimes stopping to take a break can help you go further.
Bruh. All right, let's open the store. Nothing but Miyabi for the intended. Wait, you have nothing but Miyabi for anything intended in the endgame fire teams? Yeah. And it's like Miyabi herself like clears the content, so she's basically in her own, she's like in her own class, right? She can handle things by herself basically with limited support. So you don't, like, she takes care of 1/3 of it, and then you usually have like some sort of like, you'll either have like a really good like electric team, or I know a lot of people that have a really good like anomaly team, like if you have Jane and you built up like your team around her, or you have like a Fushuan team or something like that. But for me,
Eradicate all evil.
I've got a Miyabi team.
This is
Right
the
here?
path I follow.
I have my electric team, which
Let me
runs
finish my
Chingy
cup of hot
as
water.
DPS.
I've
We
got your
just pulled
back.
Trigger 2 weeks ago. Sorry, did it say Fushuan? Jiyuan.
Officer 148, Juyuan,
This girl
ready.
right here. Jiyuan.
Only ready for. Don't wait.
I shall.
Asset confirmed.
I'm at
A new case to solve.
I have to say, I did not expect that running Chingy
I'm at.
You're right. I am the eye
and
of
Trigger
Owl.
together was gonna be as awesome as it is, but it is very, very fun. So I run these two.
win. The lunch is on you.
And Nekomata, who really doesn't do much in this team anymore. She's just kind of there. She's there to enable Chingy's passive. And then my last
Let's
team
start the
Pick me.
awaiting further
Hey, don't look down on me.
is the free-to-play premium
Good
team,
day. You want to test
which
my
is
hammer?
Coletta. I have her M1.
Hey, don't look.
ready and waiting.
I have Soldier 11, M1.
Awaiting
You good day, Proxy.
And then I have a maxed out Lucy. And this team does, maybe it's just because I'm bad at the game, but this team does very, very little damage. And it's very depressing.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Sometimes I'll take
Don't- ready
her
and waiting.
out and I'll run Piper.
Let's take a break.
But a lot of the end game content, you can't really sit there spinning with Piper because they'll just like two-shot her with one of their like moves, which really makes me sad because like she does damage pretty well, but she gets destroyed as she's just like spinning like a top. All right, so I've just been doing this. Let's do 3 of these real quick. Real quick.
My blade is already sheathed.
Got him.
Weakling.
Let's go. Have you seen the 2.0 teaser? I have not. I do this thing where I convince myself that all the promo material I'm going to watch on stream, and then I never do that. So I end up just missing a lot of it. All right, hold up. I forget. I should be over here, I believe, for this game. So let me do this. Yeah. But yeah, I need to watch the 2.0. I heard they introduced a lot of new characters.
Over.
Hold up. This is very loud. Let me turn it down.
Once again, victory shall be mine. I'm unstoppable. Weakling.
See, like, she just solos. We've been wanting to pull for Miyabi since, like, she was teased in, like, the early, like, promo content for the game. So I was very excited to save for her. So even though we're mostly free to play on this account, we were able to get 2 copies of her and her W engine. So she's very, very much capable.
It's over.
No room for mercy.
I could have just done a half charge there. Woo! I talked for 3 hours and I am feeling tired. Gotta love it. My body's like, hey, why are you doing this? You know you haven't slept yet, right? Okay, so we still have 2 days. At some point this weekend, I need to do the... Well, I guess all of this is kind of fine. Yeah, all of this can be done like offline though. The season tasks also have these though, so I need to have 2 days to complete all these events. Hopefully I didn't screw myself. Oops. All right, so we've got the dailies done. Now I've got, God, I love the art for this. Some of the art that they have for this game is just so freaking good. Okay, so we've got Anby's story, we have Trigger's story. This is a side mission. This is a side mission. New main story. Oh, I didn't even notice I leveled up. Nice. So these are both agent stories. We want to do the main one first. All right, here we go. Yeah, usually I do the main first and then I'll do the agent stories like after the main story. The video store just received a reservation. Seems to be a big client. They even paid a large deposit up front. They take reservations now? We signed in with a new software for promotion under Nicole's recommendation, remember? It added channels for reservations and deposits. I didn't expect such a big order to come in so quickly. Wait, our big client's reservation is in just 5 minutes. What's the point of the reservation then? Maybe it's for making a payment in advance. Anyway, let's welcome the customer. We're counting on them for this month's electric bill. Oh boy. Who's it gonna be? Hugo. Oh, wait.
Apologies for the intrusion. I'm Hugo. Let's just say I'm something of a collector.
Is he who I think he is?
I've heard your video store is the most classy one in all of New Eridu.
The most classy,
I must
okay.
say, It absolutely lives up to its reputation.
Nice.
The ambiance here is understated yet refined, elegant but still cozy. It's so soothing, like a steady beacon in the dark.
He has elf ears. I can't remember. Is this the guy that we ran into during the Bang Boo event? Or is this the guy that... Yes. Okay. Is this the same guy who was in Lycon's story? Or is this a different guy? I can't remember what he looked like.
I've also noticed some well-known individuals frequenting this place, including elite members from PubSec and HSO. Your achievements at such a young age truly impress me.
Well, thanks. He got facial reconstruction. They changed a bunch of his design. Oh, is that why he looks so different?
Oh, you give us too much credit.
Same guy. Okay, that's what I thought. Like, he looks similar. He just looked different enough that I was like,
Trust me, I'm being honest. I do find your store quite special.
he's like, especially bad.
So, I guess the rumors about this place are true. Children of devils.
What are you talking about?
Am I imagining it? Or do you seem really nervous all of a sudden? Children of Devils is an old movie I've been searching for, but it's so niche I can't find a copy in good condition.
Bruh.
Or perhaps, did this movie remind you of something else?
All right, we're killing this guy.
You're imagining it. I'm just surprised there's a movie we haven't heard of.
No worries. Like I said, this movie is rather niche. Despite the word devil in the title, it's actually about vampires.
Oh, is that what he is? Is he a vampire? Is that why he has pointy ears?
I'm sure you already know. Vampires were a popular fictional concept back in the old civilization.
Fictional.
Typically, they are pale-skinned, well-dressed, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. But beneath their immaculate facade
Check.
lie lethal fangs for draining human blood.
Check.
You kind of look like one.
I'll take that as a compliment. Too bad vampires don't actually exist in New Eridu.
There's no way I could be a vampire.
Oh, and I don't feast on human blood. In fact, if anything, I'm hypoglycemic. Anyway, back to the movie. It's about a man who unwillingly turned into a vampire, and after years of plotting, finally kills his evil father, and ultimately dies in the process.
Oh, tragic.
So, it's a tragic story.
I actually think the ending is pretty good. At least he
Spoilers.
accomplished his goal, and death was just the price he was willing to pay.
True.
Well, it's a shame you don't have the videotape I'm looking for. I'll just grab a copy of every movie you currently have for rent.
Brother, do you have a U-Haul up front?
Huh? Oh, thank you so much for your patronage. That's really generous of you.
It's like 8 years later. He's like, I finally watched them all.
Just think of it as my thanks for chatting about the movie with me.
Girl, there's no way you're just gonna take this and be like, oh, it's just normal for somebody to rent out every videotape for a
Your
chat.
store is like a collector's gem in itself. Please, consider my payments here as an investment in a collector's prized find.
Your definition of a collectible is pretty broad, just as I'd expect of a collector.
Yeah, definitely the same guy as the event.
Because of my work, I happen to know some of New Eridu's upper echelon. Some even collect human organs.
Okay. He's like, speaking of which, your eyes are very pretty.
Just some rumors circling around. Hope I didn't spook you.
That's nothing. I've seen my fair share of crazy stuff.
Guess I was worried for nothing. With so many high-profile individuals visiting here, I'm sure you're well-connected and experienced in various fields. Speaking of which, there's a big industry auction coming up. They'll
Ooh, an
probably
auction.
have lots of collectibles, maybe even
Oh,
rare
yeah, you started
videotapes
playing.
not on the market.
It's a good time to play. Coming up on the anniversary.
If you'd like to attend, just let me know.
He seems like the type of person that likes to push people's buttons for no reason, or like to get a rise out of them or make them awkward, so he has like the upper hand in the conversation.
Oh, by the way, I saw a marketing event at Lumina Square. Looks like there's a raffle going on.
And
Go check it out if you're interested. Maybe you'll stumble upon something exciting, especially at a place so close to the upper class.
huh?
After all, there are always secrets hiding behind the light. Well, thanks for today. I'll take my leave for now. Until next time, my precious friends.
Is he speaking without moving his mouth? Bury your tears with the past. A. Season 1 epilogue. Belle, this Hugo sounds a bit odd. He seems suspicious. His check's gonna bounce. He's gonna steal. He's gonna steal all of our tapes and make off with them. Have we met him before? It wasn't just my imagination then. It wasn't just my imagination then. I remember seeing him before too, during the competition. They even withdrew midway. You heard Lighter's getting a rerun? Yeah, I believe... Oh, Vertigo's, yeah. He's gonna rerun next. Nice. But if that's the case, why did he act like it's our first encounter? Did he completely forget about us? Or was he faking it on purpose? I think with Hugo, that makes sense. Maybe he's just forgetful. He's just a forgetful vampire. He's like, I want to suck your blood. And they're like, Hugo, you've already sucked my blood today. He's like, oh, silly me. His money is enough to cover our electricity bills for several months. We're pretty lucky today. What if it's not his money? Maybe it's like stolen money. Then we would be in trouble, right? Didn't he mention a raffle event, speaking of luck? You're not gonna... I'm gonna try my luck today. I'll go vibe check the upper class. Alright then, since we made so much today, you can go ahead. Just try not to lose too badly. It's the experience that matters, not the results. Alright, I'm sure you'll win the grand prize. I'll watch for the store today, so come back soon. Ooh. Nice. Where's Anthony? Where? Do they have upcoming banners here? Kind of. Why don't they have like larger calendars? It kind of sucks that they don't have larger calendars. All right, let's go to Lumina Square. Wait, why is this picture on the...
You there, why not come try your luck? All sorts of prizes are waiting to be won.
Where's this voice coming from? It's not coming from any direction. Wait, is this him? Why is he standing in line for his own... Oh wait, that isn't him. I thought that was him for some reason. Weird. It's so crowded. Shut up, Aunt Sophie. Different guy, yeah. All right, it's time for another ad break. We do ad breaks differently here. In order to not have pre-roll ads, we run 3 minutes of ads every hour, but we always pause whatever game we're working on. Never talk or anything during the ads. We just play some music. We'll be back right after this.
You're now listening to Trina Poina.
Or lease.
Eggy Radio. The uncaged egg.
Called a curse in the cradle, loving mother, unstable, daddy gone under the table, but you found a song in your heart. So you learn how to fight, how to starve, how to survive. When the others blocked your light, you learned to see beyond the stars. The curse of small desires, easily acquired. It's time to set your gasoline heart on fire. Kill your demons, kill them dead. In your mirror, in your bed, in your heart, in your head. Don't you look good in bed? Slay your devils, kill them all. Take your throne, paint the walls. And if you make it out alive, hold that bloody head up high. Don't you look good in bed? Don't you look good in bed? Is there more beyond those plains? You cut your hair, changed your name, left a note as you escaped. To thine own self be true. But there was no gold in those hills, no platinum in those pretty pills. Just werewolves tossing dollar bills in the wine dark sea of Malibu. The curse of small desires, easily acquired. It's time to set your gasoline heart on fire. Kill your demons, kill them dead. In your mirror, in your bed, in your heart, in your head. Don't you look good in bed? Slay your devils, kill them all. Take your throne, paint the walls. And if you make it out alive, hold that bloody head up high.
All right, we're back at it. Welcome back, y'all. I have some caffeine here. Probably not great, but I feel like I've not slept enough that even if I drink caffeine to keep myself awake for another couple hours, I'll still crash tonight. So we'll see.
Welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back, chick.
I was trying to think of some egg pun that I could use to play off of Creepcast, but I can't really. Oh well. Wait, are we just gonna cut the line? We're just like, we're more important than you. Please, everyone line up. Hey there, are you here for the raffle? We're a bit busy right now, so head to the back of the line. Yeah, any normal person would. Okay. Dang it, Belle. He's like, hey, fancy meeting you here. So you came after all. Luck is always unpredictable, and that's what makes it fascinating. Whenever I get the chance, I can't help but want to test it. I thought I was gonna read it as taste it for a second. Luck. I just want to taste it. There are quite a lot of people here. Seems like everyone's quite confident about their luck. At that moment, a figure suddenly appears and forcefully inserts itself at the front of the line. Hey, young man! What do you think you're doing, cutting in line? Cutting in line? Do you know who I am? Wow, he actually doesn't look that young. He's got an old man's face. You shouldn't cut in line, no matter who you are. You? Clearly you don't understand anything at all. See that poster right there? That's Master Hartman, the current head of our family. The very raffle event you're participating in is sponsored by Master Hartman. Apart from this, our family is also involved in many charity events. And what's that got to do with you cutting in line? You're quite persistent, aren't you? In short, since our family is hosting this event, it's only natural that I have the right to priority access. Who authorized this? Oh wait, raffle staff. Raffle staff? Say raffle staff 3 times fast. I got a +3 raffle staff dropped. Boost my luck by 4. I'm just here to work, but we haven't received any instructions on priority access. I've never been anyone so insolent in my life. Wait, one phone call is all I need to... Wait, where's my wallet? Where did my wallet go? I see. No wonder you came over to talk to me. You were trying to distract me and then steal my wallet. Little thief. Who, me? I'm a freaking business owner, man. What are you doing? That's right. You're the one standing closest to me. Excuse me? We are literally the furthest of the 4 people standing next to you. The lady behind you with the mask is closer than we are. I blame Grandma. Now give me back my wallet. It's not a good habit to falsely accuse... Oh, it's not a good habit to falsely accuse others. This is Hugo. My intuition is spot on. I know you were fishy from the moment I saw you, and now you've finally shown your true colors. Well, looks like I'll take some time to properly convince this guy. He just starts
so
pummeling his
arrogant.
face.
Maybe I should take a tougher approach with him.
Where's Stell and her baseball bat when you need her?
Quit the act. I've seen right through you.
We're pulling a Marty McFly.
You may look harmless, but I know you have a secret identity. Your crafty skills have caused headaches for countless people.
Oh no.
Not to mention, you're revered in your field. Everyone knows who you are. Your true identity is... a member of the most infamous band of thieves in New Eridu, Mockingbird!
Wow, this guy's an idiot. I want to hear you say this line.
What do you know? My true identity is even more infamous than Mockingbird.
Wait, why did it do the flash? What was that weird thing?
What? You're even more evil than Mockingbird? No wonder you snatched my wallet.
I know. Now might not be the best time to say this, but I'm genuinely curious about your true identity.
You already know. Get out of here with this fake. Oh my god. Ace Attorney style damage. Yeah, but we were the ones who flashed. Why would we take damage from that?
Forget it. Clearly, you have no idea who I am.
I know you can't afford a razor.
I'm Curtis Ravenlock. That's right. Of the esteemed Ravenlock family from Tops.
Who?
You'll face consequences for crossing me.
Little did he know, I haven't paid attention to anything in this story of this game. You're from Tops and you're here to join a raffle? Oh no, I'm so scared. Lower your voice. It's not something to brag about.
Oh no, I've upset a powerful man. I'm so scared. You're not going to silence me, are you?
It was the wrong choice. Oh my goodness. I just want to hear. I love, if anyone here is new and hasn't watched me play this game, I love Belle's voice actress. Probably one of my favorite characters in recent gaming.
Don't be ridiculous. I wouldn't go that far. Just keep it in mind and know your place.
Wow, he's telling a woman to know her
With
place.
such a massive ego. Probably can't pick up on subtle sarcasm.
Yeah, see, we're like being sarcastic. Why are we taking damage?
Anyway, you were the only one next to me when I lost my wallet. It has to be you. Just admit it.
Granny was standing right next to you. Prove your innocence. Make a scene. Reason with him in an intimidating tone. I don't think Belle has an intimidating bone in her body. I don't know what to choose here. I kind of want to hear what her intimidating tone is.
Listen, you can't just throw accusations around. You'll be held accountable for what you say. I did not steal your wallet. But if you insist that I did,
She's going full Karen!
let's go to PubSec together. Of course, if you can't prove it, I'll be pressing charges against you.
She's going full Karen! At least we didn't take emotional damage this way.
Press charges? That's a bit too extreme, don't you think?
Looks like you found the right approach to deal with people like him.
In any case, my wallet is missing. It had a ton of Denny's, so someone's got to answer for that.
Yeah, you, because you left your wallet somewhere.
I bet you staged all this, and your wallet's been on you the whole time.
Oh, that's not what I was thinking that answer meant.
What do you mean by staged? Why would I do that? Someone stole my wallet. It's theft!
With all due respect, I doubt he's clever enough to stage anything. Clearly, your accusation is baseless, Mr. Ravenlock. Your outfit, while elegant, shows unironed creases and noticeable signs of wear. You've likely worn it for a long time.
Wow.
Plus, the wet ink on your cuffs suggests that you rushed straight here from your workplace. Likely so you wouldn't miss today's raffle.
Ink? Ink on the cuffs? Well, that'll just ruin.
All in all, it's clear you're not well off and quite careless. Chances are you lost your wallet yourself, and it probably didn't hold much cash. Is that why you jumped to accuse others? Hoping to leverage your family name to make a quick Denny?
That's utter nonsense!
Choices don't always reflect the outcome you expected. Yeah, that's why I hate, like, well, I don't hate, but, like, I dislike a lot of RPGs and, like, dating sim style games, because especially with, like, ones with, like, translations that you have to work through, because you can choose one option and you're like, this obviously means you're gonna take this tone and do this with this option, and then it just goes completely on its head and it's like, no, I didn't want to do that. No.
Regardless, you owe this person an apology.
Damn it! You'll regret this. Just you wait!
I really hate it when innocent people are wrongfully accused. But it's all over now. I hope it didn't ruin your mood.
I don't like either of these answers.
Thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, that guy would have kept arguing forever.
True.
I didn't really do anything. You outsmarted him all on your own. It's a relief to see him get what he deserves.
He was like, it was almost worth it pinching his wallet like I did.
He should have known what would happen the moment he falsely accused you. People like that should have a taste of their own medicine. That sounds fair to me.
And in this case, losing his wallet might be the perfect remedy.
Unfortunately, we don't usually see such fairness in our world, do we? That's why sometimes I don't mind resorting to unconventional methods to right the wrongs.
Like stealing this poor guy's wallet with $10 in it.
You seem to be implying something. Don't tell me.
A good movie never spoils its ending. But feel free to speculate. Anyway, it was nice running into you. Please, accept this raffle ticket to mark the occasion. May it keep you away from shady people and situations and bring you good fortune.
What a weird sentence. All right, I'm sure you're familiar with the Ravenlock family associated with tops. They were once incredibly powerful, a true behemoth even among tops. Unfortunately, that's all in the past. Now they're not doing so well. Be it their funding or reputation, they're far from their former glory. Though, of course, this is what the Ravenlock family deserves. You have a grudge against them? As you know, being a collector means I have to deal with these high society people. And among all the people I've encountered, the Ravenlocks are the toughest crowd. You'll say now, none of the choices in the Ace Attorney debate scenes change anything about the story or outcomes, in case you're worried. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I didn't think they would do anything that complicated. I just assume it's just different dialogue options, which I got to hear the voice lines that I wanted to hear, which was nice. But thanks for letting me know, for sure. Cunning and ruthless. These words were made for them. While the same applies to most people in tops, the Ravenlock family is among the worst. Take that Curtis guy as an example. A branch family member at best, but already immersed in his arrogance. Unfortunately, I'm just an ordinary collector below their playing field. Otherwise... Wait. In any case, if you ever run into a Ravenlock, it's best to keep your distance. Same goes for Tops people, of course. After all, the Tops Enterprises Union is one of the top power players in New Eridu, toe-to-toe with the Mayflower-led city administration. These two are at each other's throats behind the scenes. One New Eridu clearly isn't big enough for the two behemoths, but if you ask me, it's just dogs eating dogs. We've been going for some time now. Let's leave it at that. See you again sometime. Why does he have like a little fan club? After he leaves, you see a cat playing with a wallet. Everything inside is gone. Huh? Why do I have extra Denny's in my pocket? Wait, who's talking? Same here. I didn't think I brought this much with me. Oh my. Could it be some kind-hearted person has given us money? Yeah, it's Robin Hood. You also tentatively reach into your pocket and feel the raffle ticket Hugo gave you earlier. In any case, it's a prize to claim. Ooh, I like this raffle ticket. Look how cool this looks. It's given by Hugo. Wonder what kind of prize it'll get.
Anyone else want to redeem prizes?
Nope. I just want the ticket. Wow. Thank you and your friend for earlier. We would have been stuck with that guy otherwise. Oh, right. You came to claim your prize. Let's see. Your ticket is... Dun dun dun. It's the grand prize. The only grand prize of this raffle has been won. Is it me? The ticket doesn't lie. That's right. Today's grand prize is yours. Congratulations. I guess this is what they call good deeds get rewarded. The prize is 50,000. Wait, that's it? I probably shouldn't let her know that I have 30 million Denny's in my pocket right now. 50,000. Yay! Wow, 50,000. Wait, how much do we actually have? We have... Oh wait, not 30. Oh wait, I think Star Rail, I have 30 something million. And here it's only 9 million. Only. Later, suckers. You know what's cool? So this time in this trip to Japan, I figured out, well, I didn't figure out, but like for the first time I looked into and played Ichiban Kuji, which is basically like little prize raffles for like merch, like limited merch drop items. Really cool stuff. Very much gambling. But one thing that's cool is sometimes, so basically what it is there's a like a merchandise set that comes out, and you have like usually A through F prizes, and like the A prizes are like large like figurines or like giant tapestry, like some large like expensive something related to the whatever like anime or character or franchise or whatever that the Ichiban Kuji is about, and then the prizes get smaller from there. It's like little like acrylic standees, little pin badges, you know, that sort of stuff, and it goes down to like postcards or little keychains or something like that, right? And I found out that some of them have a special extra bonus prize that you only get if you're the last person to purchase the raffle, like a raffle ticket from it. So what it is each one of them has like a poster that gets put up at the store, and for every ticket that gets purchased, it has a little sticky note sort of thing that gets placed over one of the prize slots on the poster, so you know exactly how many prizes are left, how many have already been claimed, and it's all random. You like random draw it. So if you happen to find one that has a really cool like last prize, and there's like a handful of tickets left, like you show up and there's only like 3 tickets left, you can buy those 3 tickets and you get the special like last prize. The one that I really wanted to try that I didn't end up trying was a HoloLive Gamers merch Ichiban Kuji. It's really cool. Like I really like the aesthetic, but a lot of the prizes were like huge like figures, which I didn't have room for, or like smaller items that just I didn't have any interest in. But the middle prizes were little like little figures that are really cute. So they're just like little sitting figures. It's a specific like line that have been used for a lot of these Ichiban Kujis. And they're really, really cool. I really like them a lot. But anyway, the final prize for this one was an art book. And it looked really nice, and I really wanted to get it, but by the time I figured out like what that you can get the final prize, I actually had ran across one that only had like 2 left, like 2 tickets unpurchased. So I could have gotten the final prize for like $12 US, and it was a really nice art book, but I didn't know at the time that you could get the final prize by purchasing the last ticket. And then by the time I realized, the last one that I saw before I left Japan was only like half claimed, and I was like, oh, it wasn't meant to be. What? You actually won? It's the grand prize. It's 50,000 Dennies. Oh, it's a ticket from Hugo. But the grand prize is only 50,000 Dennies. That's underwhelming. That's what I'm saying. From a moral standpoint, shouldn't we share some with Hugo? He probably doesn't need the pocket change. But then again, we don't even have his personal contact. I guess we'll have to wait till we run into him next time. Yep. Bell, the news just mentioned the Bringer investigation outcome. Seems like the commissioner regards everything as Bringer's personal actions. I was hoping PubSec's internal investigation would expose more big names. Seems a bit suspicious. You make a good point. After all, the Exaltists are involved. PubSec doesn't want to disclose more details. I still feel like there's some terrible secret behind all this. Belle, your phone just rang. Maybe you should check who sent the message. Jeez. Micromanage much? Hi, Belle. It's me. Oh, it's Lycon. Exaltists. Oh, it's Lycon. Master Proxy. My apologies for disturbing you. Are you available at the moment? I have some important matters I'd like to discuss with you in person. Sure, I have time. Maximilian Pegasus. In my humble opinion, this shouldn't be considered a bad thing at least. It's great if you have free time. Please wait a moment. Ellen and I will visit the store in 5 minutes. Jeez, they're nearby. Holy crap, that was a lot faster than 5 minutes. Hi, guys. We've come to discuss an important matter with you. Before that, we need to be honest with you about the Master of Victoria Housekeeping. Huh, you probably didn't know about that yet. We actually don't. Is it your mysterious master? Huh? Wait, why can't I rewind the conversation? Dang it. Correct. Victorian Housekeeping is loyal to the current head of the Mayflower family, who is also the mayor of New Eridu. Is it the mayor I'm thinking of? Yes. New Eridu only has one mayor, so it must be the one you're thinking of. We're thinking of President Abraham Lincoln. You can like delve into Belle's mind and it's just spilled milk. Don't worry. The mayor's probably just an ordinary person. I haven't met him in person though. This is definitely some news to process, though I had already suspected you were loyal to some big name. I didn't suspect it'd be someone of the mayor's level. Actually, it's the mayor who wishes to talk with. Guys, the mayor wants to talk with us. Talk with. Which is why we've come. Ew. After all, you've both been deeply involved in the previous bringer and sacrifice related incidents. Talk with forthwith, yes. The mayor wants to talk to us? I completely understand your concerns. Please be assured, I pledge on my honor that the mayor has no ill intentions and will not hold either of you accountable in any way. He only will contact us through the phone. All right, let's talk. Thank you very much. Without further delay, let's contact the mayor.
They're here with me now, sir.
Oh, that's right. He has a new voice.
I'm glad to have the chance to speak with you, young'uns.
Young'uns?
Helios Academy used to be a peaceful and comforting place.
Okay. It said stay silent and she's like, oh!
I know you still can't fully trust me, and I understand that completely. But please do know that I mean you no harm. Your teacher, Carol, and I, we used to be friends.
Who's this Carol person that you're talking about?
I was truly sorry to learn that she was the one held responsible for the fall of the old capital.
She was innocent. There has to be more to the story.
I hope so too. It's just that the fall of the old capital still weighs heavily on us all.
Maybe you should stop holding it up.
But I believe you just got caught up in all of this. I'm sorry for what you've been through over the years. It must be tough.
I don't trust this guy.
Sooner or later, we'll find the evidence to clear her name.
Then I sincerely wish you success.
What's he get out of this?
The real reason I reached out to you is to tell you something very important. Something about your eyes.
Huh? This is so random.
I stumbled upon some of the data Carol left behind. She spent much of her time studying ways to minimize the side effects of your eye implants.
My brand.
Teacher, she was always looking out for us.
Wait, I swear. Didn't they say sensei earlier? Am I going crazy? I might be going crazy.
Your teacher, Carol, and I, we used to be friends. She was a kind person.
I think I'm going crazy.
Yes, which is why I believe this was her final wish.
I think I'm going crazy.
As her friend,
Yes.
I want to see it through. Simply put, your eye implants are directly linked to your brain, and their functionality depends on your body's limits.
Oh, we got Miss Noodle Arms over here. Oh no.
As a result, the HDD system takes up a part of your body's capacity. This leads to certain issues, the most notable being that it suppresses your innate ether aptitude.
Oh wow. How does he know all of this? He just happened to find this
I
data?
brought in a team of specialists to analyze Carol's data samples, and after some effort, they created a plan to upgrade the HDD system. After the upgrade, the HDD system will operate with significantly reduced power consumption, allowing for a substantial boost in your ether aptitude, or rather, a restoration to its original level.
Nice.
Do you mean that once the HDD upgrade is done, we'll be able to enter the hollows ourselves without use?
Exactly. You'll likely experience some discomfort at first, but you'll get used to it over time.
I'm still weirded out by this guy, just weirdly being helpful.
I'll have the specialists from Marcel Group continue monitoring
Marcel
your
the
physical
Shell
condition to reduce the burden on your body and help restore your ether aptitude more effectively.
Are you really giving us such advanced technology for free? Feels like there's gotta be some kind of catch.
He's like,
Besides,
all you have to do
must
is
have
be
known
at my
about us for a
beck and
while.
call.
So why wait until now?
I'm not asking for anything in return. As for why I didn't reach out sooner,
I wasn't sure.
truth is, from what I've learned, your eyes possess even greater power.
Oh.
Perhaps the power within you could affect all of New Eridu.
Whoa!
But you must understand, power is a double-edged sword. It can be used against enemies or
Sharingan.
allies. As the mayor of New Eridu, I must ensure everyone's safety. So I hope you'll forgive my caution. I've been observing you for some time. That said, I'm confident to say that everyone at Victoria Housekeeping speaks highly of you.
Miss Bell and Mr. Wise are both kind and honorable individuals. I believe they'll use their power for the right cause.
Yeah, they're both good people.
Thanks, Ellen. Yeah, they're both good people.
Thank you for your kind words. Even though we have no idea what this power is. You're not just saying that to get our hopes up, are you?
Oh, now he's self-conscious of his eyes. He's just keeping them closed.
Of course not. It's just that I don't have much information right now. I'll let you know as soon as I do. Well then, I'll let Lycon assist you with upgrading the HDD system. Rest assured he'll guide you through everything. You should be able to follow him with your knowledge.
If you would follow me.
Why is he leading us to the bathroom? After a while, you feel almost as if an invisible binding within you has been undone. Your eyes and brain feel almost bloated, but it passes quickly, replaced by a sense of lightness and clarity you've never felt before. He has the driver updates. Almost like a blurry layer shrouding reality has vanished. The mysterious power swirls within you.
How are you feeling now?
All good, I think.
Really? I'm feeling a bit off.
Oh, I'm sorry. By doing this upgrade, only one of you get to keep your eyes.
Your body is adjusting. Give it time to adapt.
I
to the
forgot to
changes.
mention that part.
As a precaution, hold off on entering the hollows until you feel better.
I see. In that case, I'll sit back and help Belle for now then.
I wonder if it changes if your main character is wise. If Belle has, like, trouble with it in that case.
It's quite impressive one of you adapted so quickly. Your ether aptitude is now on par with most hollow investigators, meaning you're ready to explore regular hollows.
It does? Ah.
But you must be careful at first. Lycon, Ellen, why don't you two go along?
Okay.
One of the data piles in the hollow near the metro is malfunctioning, and we need a skilled proxy to address it. I'll take your time in the journeys ahead. You've got plenty of time to uncover your full potential.
My full potential was under this blanket the whole time. Master Proxy, if you're ready, let's enter the hollow together. Please be assured Ellen and I will protect you and not let you get hurt. Okay. Okay. Ha! Let's confirm the mission objective. 3 data piles.
Master Proxy, the data pile that the mayor mentioned is in this direction.
Okay. He's
Let's
so
keep
much
moving.
faster than us. All right, one down.
The data pile that the mayor mentioned is near that garage ahead.
All right, let's head to the garage. Poor
What a
Eos.
pain. There's nowhere else to go. We'll have to move the train.
Okay. Clue not obtained. You successfully hack into the system. Although you can't directly crack the passcode, you learn the clues are hidden in the nearby area.
We should search for the passcode nearby to disable the laser, and then move the train.
I almost thought this said boobs at first, but it doesn't. 09. The string of numbers should be the passcode. It's not in the environment. It's just weird floating numbers. Doesn't the visual effects seem kind of sloppy? Let's input these numbers.
I get it now.
Eh? Do
We
you
should
know?
be able to enter.
Correct! Oh no. Eggy, what?
How are you feeling now, Master Proxy?
Fantastic. Never been better.
I'm relieved to hear it. If you feel any discomfort, please let us know at once.
I can't feel my toes.
Yeah, I'll carry you on my back if needed.
Whoa.
Really? I want you to carry me right now.
Let's finish the task first, Master Proxy.
I love Belle.
You've always had a sharp mind, and now you've got the muscles to match.
No, she's still got noodle arms.
Thanks for the compliment. No, I was just thinking. When will you pick up some fighting skills?
Imagine if we can play. Imagine if. Wow. What if at some point they unlock the 2 MCs as playable characters? That'd be kind of sick, actually. Belle picks up a bat, right?
If you can fight, you can handle things in the hollow all on your own. That'd be pretty neat.
Like, their eyes obviously hold some secrets. Oh, 4,000 Denny's. It's like 10% of the jackpot that we just won. Just chilling. I'm so glad I'm not doing a 12 hours straight. I would not last. I think we'll probably go another hour.
Master Proxy, the data pile is right up ahead.
I am dying right now. Enemies are approaching. Enemies are approaching.
Worry not, Master Proxy. We'll ensure your safety.
Thank you. Sorry, I still need you guys to protect me. Looks like I gotta buck up a little.
Nice.
Roxy, you don't need to push yourself so hard.
Oh, that was easy. Clue not obtained. Oh. All right, leave it to me. There are 3 parts. Let's find the scattered passcode.
It's another passcode.
We should be able to find the passcode nearby. Let's keep an eye out for it.
Passcode? Oh.
Maintaining the data piles in the hollows requires a proxy with the utmost professionalism.
Huh? What kind of voice line is that like, hon?
It is the...
Take this.
Whoa, that was close. Nice. I dodged that. Oh my god. Ow, what the freak? Nice.
Master Proxy, let's take a look around this area. We might be able to find clues regarding the passcode.
I see a clue. 0. This should be the first digit.
Proxy's moves seemed more fluid in that last battle.
Oh.
All I did was dodge, though.
Whew.
Nimbly evading an enemy's... Master Proxy, this should be the second passcode.
Okay, I already got this one. Oh, there's another one of these. Wait, how many of these are there? Haven't I already gotten 3? Only one part of the passcode remains.
Master Proxy, we've been in the hollow for quite some time. How are you feeling?
Never better.
I feel fine. Nothing out of the ordinary. What a pain.
That's good to hear. After all, this is the first time you've entered a hollow since the system upgrade. Best not to overdo it.
True. What is it? I've only been streaming for 4 hours. I'm literally dying.
The last passcode is here.
Oh. 51. Was it 0451?
All right, that's all of them. Let us return and open.
Eh? Why did it teleport me? Nice. Scary. I almost just fell asleep just now.
The mission was a success, sir. Master Phaethon's performance was outstanding.
Excellent. You truly are exceptional. I'll be frank. I contacted you because I need your expertise for an important task.
I knew there was something else.
I'd like you to participate in an auction and help me secure an item up for bid.
Hold on. Is it the same auction I heard about? The one with all the high-profile attendees?
Yes, that's the one. I knew asking you was the right choice. Since you're aware of it, I'll get straight to the point. It's related to the sacrifice you encountered.
Sacrifice? Has it appeared again?
Remember the sacrifice you took down near the construction site? Public security did some research after retrieving it. It turns out it can maintain its form outside the hollow and carries human genes.
No way.
Within it, we extracted a mysterious core.
Okay, is the sacrifice the weird monster that we found after finding like the remains of Coletta's dad, like in the first chapter? I'm pretty sure.
This core possesses the same inexplicable power as the sacrifice, allowing it to exist without relying on ether. However, the core was recently stolen from the most secure lab in New Eridu. We suspect this is an inside job rather than an external theft.
Whoa! I almost fell.
We searched extensively
I almost fell
without
asleep.
success, until I saw the auction flyer.
Is it boss from the Bellabog chapter? Okay, cool.
The core has been concealed within an auction item.
Eh?
So you want us to bid on it at the auction, but...
The power of the sacrifice is highly volatile and destructive. We must keep it confidential, at least for now. And I, as mayor, am not suited to participate in the auction myself. Plus, I'm running checks on my inner circle due to the theft.
Due to the theft?
Frankly, there aren't many people I can trust. Don't worry, the funds are covered. And Victoria Housekeeping will be assisting you.
Nice.
Of course, this hinges on one condition. Your willingness to aid me.
All right, we'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I knew that I could rely on you.
Worst thing that could happen is we lose, right?
The only hurdle now is the invitation. It's exclusive to Tops, so obtaining one might take some time. I'll handle that promptly. I'll leave the rest in your capable hands.
You seem a bit puzzled, Master Proxy.
The relationship between the mayor and Tops seems rather delicate.
You're quite perceptive. As you know, the roots of New Eridu's
Spend
governance
taxpayer
lie
money,
with the
yeah.
Mayflowers, while Tops is a conglomerate of companies.
Ah.
Power and profit often lay the foundation for conflicts, which is why securing invitations could be tricky for us. Things would be much easier if Tops weren't so involved. But worry not, Master Proxy. It may take some time, but we will overcome these obstacles. Now, if you've no further need of me, I'll take my leave. Have a good day.
Nice. We just finished that little section. Oh, I want to keep going, but I'm actually dying. I'm actually falling asleep in my chair right now, which sucks. I thought I was gonna be able to. That's why, like, I got some caffeine, but the sleep is overpowering anything. Yeah, I think we're just gonna stop here. We'll continue on Monday. Or if I don't go to SakuraCon this weekend, which I might not, just because if I'm not feeling up to it, or my car isn't feeling up to it, I guess maybe I'll stream some of this weekend, but we'll see. All right, let's get out of here. There we go. Very nice. Let's get rid of this. I can't believe, I couldn't even make it 6 hours. I guess that's what I get for not sleeping the night before. But thanks y'all for joining me. Thanks y'all for joining me. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm excited to start streaming again. It's been quite a long break. These past 6 months have been very tumultuous for me and for the stream, which is not how I like to do things. I like to have things pretty regular, which is It feels really good to have things regular. So hopefully moving forward, we got some cons coming up. I'm very excited. But we're gonna be doing some regular streams. I want to play some. We're gonna get caught up in both of these Star Rail and ZZZ games, and then we gotta finish Stalker 2. I freaking love Stalker 2. I'm back home. I got my very mostly powerful PC that can barely handle the game. I've been dreaming about getting back on Stalker 2. So as soon as we catch up with these, we're gonna be finishing Stalker 2, and then I'm gonna try and get a Switch 2, and maybe we can play some new Switch games. We'll see what happens. I haven't been very lucky with consoles in previous years, so I'm not too hopeful I'm gonna get it in the first round, but we'll see. We'll see. I'ma try. All right, let's see who's around. Who? Oh, you know who I haven't been able to raid in forever? We haven't raided Barrow in forever. Oh my god. Only been going for, usually Barrow goes like 6-ish hours. Barrow is such a good artist. Let's raid into Barrow. Thanks for the stream. Good to see you all again. It's good to be back. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oops. Hold up. I need... That's so annoying. I need to log in. I got just enough time. There's this. Let's get that 2-factor. I can't even type in the stream right now. All right, here we go. Oops, that's the wrong one. There we go. Of course, you get home as you're ending. Teddy, I'd be going for another couple hours, but I didn't sleep last night. And my body is just absolutely refusing to stay awake right now. Thank you for popping in, though. We're gonna raid Beru. Get some sleep. I hope I can get some sleep. We'll see. We'll see. Raid's been created. It's still not showing me how, like, the raid message, but we'll see. Here's a raid message. Raid alt if you're not subbed. This one if you're subbed. I appreciate y'all. It's good to be back. I'm excited to get back to regular streaming, and I hope, if I don't see ya, I hope y'all have a good weekend. We'll be back very soon. We're gonna, again, I can't tell when we're raiding because I don't have the thing doesn't show up for me right now, bro. So if we raid, there we go.